about, if you're willing, it's okay to do that, but please keep it generic and to the topic, and please keep personalities out of it. In the past, we've had some, what I call unprofessional attacks, and I would like to not have those. Please keep it above board, and if it gets like that, I'll order the videotapers to stop the audio. So please be advised that I will do that. I would also want you to know that because we have a lot of items on the agenda tonight, and there'll be significant board discussion, that I am going to hold it to a firm 3 minutes. So please try to be succinct and as direct in your comments as possible. And when I give you the sign, your 3 minutes are up, please sit down. Thank you. Now, would you please rise and join me with the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to announce that there was an executive session prior to the meeting tonight to discuss personnel matters. The first item on the agenda, I think, is the approval of the minutes from the 694th meeting held on the 20th of April. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Allen, second by Whites. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the 695th meeting held on the 24th of April?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Shear, second by Whites. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we head into committee reports, facilities, buildings, and grounds. Mr. Allen?
Yes.
The agenda.
No.
I thought we were going to do that after the committee assignments. Okay, why don't we do that? We have members of the Public Financial Management Incorporated with us to give us a presentation on our financing. Introduce Glenn Williard.
Good evening. Our firm was here along with your bond counsel and solicitor about 3 months ago, and we were asked to come back and present a synopsis of the past financing history here over the last couple of years, as well as the current situation and some future ideas. I'd like to present this evening our report that's in a yellow cover page and should be in front of each one of you. On page number 2, the financing team was put together back in 1987 and consisted of the select members of the school district board, representatives from the administration and cabinet, your solicitor, bond counsel, and our firm as your financial advisor. Your bond counsel has been with the school district for about 30-some years and is one of the leading bond attorneys in the state representing school districts. Our firm was selected as an independent financial advisor with no underwriting affiliation. We have a nationwide practice with about 15 offices across the country, and our goal was to bring to you a number of creative ideas, those from beyond the state of Pennsylvania as well. And we are the largest financial advisor representing school districts in the Commonwealth. So this financing team was put together along with whoever the architect was for new building projects, and underwriters were selected on a case-by-case basis, generally by competitive selection as we went through either refundings or new money bonds. The charge of the financing team on page number 3 was first and foremost to put together a comprehensive and creative plan of finance that would meet the capital needs of the district looking out for the next 10 years or so. Our direction was to put together, develop, and create new and innovative financing ideas to maximize the savings to the school district, and most importantly, to be at North Penn School District first whenever we had a new idea, so that these could be implemented to save the taxpayers money. Many times we presented ideas to the working group, and they did not make it to a presentation at the board level, and many times they got past the financing team, but the board decided to wait or give us directions to achieve higher savings before they would be implemented. But we always brought those ideas at least the whole way through the financing team, and many times they made it to the board level. We brought ideas that were not always done in Pennsylvania first. Many of these were first done at North Penn School District. Two in particular I'm going to talk about: a taxable bond issue to achieve a refunding savings, and special refundings that were done first right here at North Penn. We met with the school board at least once or twice a year to go over the upcoming financings, to refresh where we were with some of the existing bond issues, and always met with the financing team at least once a quarter. Many of these ideas, as I mentioned, were presented and not implemented. We just always asked it not to shoot the messenger when we brought these new ideas to the board. On page number 3A is a summary of many of the different structuring benefits that we were able to put together. The top half of page 3 is the refunding issues. There's about 7 or 8 of them. In column number 3, you can see a total of these savings. This is net of all costs and expenses, net of a small portion that would go to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, just shy of $3 million. In column number 4 were the financing team fees and expenses. These were always disclosed and approved at the board level. Generally, they were split about a third between the solicitor, bond counsel, and our firm as your advisor. And in column number 5 then was the underwriter's discount, the charge that the underwriters make to pay the stockbrokers to sell the bond issues that were needed. So there was about $3 million there from the refunding issues. Down below, there were a number of other transactions, including an escrow swap where we bought and sold investments that had been put together back in for a 1978 refunding, and we were able to produce savings, and the 3 different times that the school district borrowed from the Emmaus General Authority. In column number 3 are the benefits from those couple of transactions, and in total then over $4 million of savings from doing these refundings and different structurings over the last couple of years. And I think it's important to note that none of these issues extended the life of earlier bonds. In other words, it was always our charge to produce savings without extending the debt, the existing debt. Okay. Just to briefly discuss a couple of these, on page number 4, you were one of the first borrowers from the Emmaus General Authority back in 1989. To maintain the school district's credit rating of a AA, we had representatives from Standard & Poor's come down here. We spent a day with them to keep that AA rating. As the program went on and the borrowing limits were raised, we were able to secure for the school district another $15 million of financing in 1990 for a $30 million total out of the first round of the Pliget Emmaus loan program. On page number 5, I'd just like to point out again this 1991 escrow restructuring that we did, where we went back and bought and sold investments that were put in place in 1984 for the 1978 bond issue and produced several $100,000 of savings with no bond issue. In the lower right-hand corner, the series of 1992 was one of the first taxable bond issues done in the state by a Pennsylvania school district. Typically, you have issued tax-exempt bonds in order to get around certain penalties that the IRS had in place for doing a particular refunding. We came up with this structure of issuing taxable bonds and still produced over $400,000 of benefit. On page number 6, the lower left-hand corner, we brought to you a series AAA of 1992. We were able to go back and carve up a bond issue that had previously been done. We found a technical say loophole in the federal tax laws that enabled us to go in and refund a portion of this. It was the first one of this kind done, and within about 6 months there were federal changes in tax laws to prevent that particular kind of refunding. Yours was done and in place, and you were able to achieve again over $400,000 of savings. On page number 7, the series AA of 1993. We came to the board, I think, with no underwriting interest. We were not trying to create a large bond issue. We were trying to do what was in the best interest of the district. We identified which bonds could be refunded and produce no negative arbitrage, leave the other bonds there that did produce the negative arbitrage, and if rates would change in the future, you could come back and achieve interest rate savings for that piece of the issue. And in fact, that's what happened for the series of 1994. I think this whole board was here for the series of 1994 refunding, which produced $300,000 as a result of what we were able to do with the Series AA of 1993. So those are just a couple of things that we have done that were very unique and were as a result of the financing team being put together and having the continuity of working with the district for the last number of years. Our firm has also been involved with the investment of many of the bond proceeds from these issues. It was back in 1986, before our involvement, when the tax laws did change. The school district had a new money bond issue. You're required to comply with federal arbitrage rebate regulations. The district was trying to do it on their own, and in 1988 then asked our firm to invest the proceeds from these bond issues so they were in compliance, and in fact were able to redo your 1986 calculations so that you did not have to pay any arbitrage rebate on those 1986 bonds. We have managed those funds under a separate contract for the school district. The proceeds from your 1994 Emmaus borrowing were deposited into Pliget, the Pennsylvania Local Government Investment Trust. Our firm is the investment advisor for Pliget, and for a time you had monies invested in Pliget as well as under a separate management proposal with our firm. You paid us monthly for the private management of the 1992 proceeds, and Pliget paid us for the investment management of your 1994 Emmaus loan proceeds. I think there was a question about that the last time. In any event, when we were investing the proceeds either separately or through Pliget, our firm does not make an inventory. We do not make a market in any securities, and we go out and purchase independent, get competitive proposals for each investment that's bought. And I think that's very important, and that was our charge back. One of the reasons we were selected back in 1987. We're not selling you something out of our right-hand pocket where we're making a profit on it. We just have an investment advisor's fee, and then it's our charge to go out and competitively get the best proposals, and that's what we have done in either the Pliget investments or the private portfolio that is managed. If you flip to the next page, on page number 8, I think it's important that you understand the history of how underwriters were selected in these bond issues. Again, being an independent advisor where we are not an underwriting firm, we go out and competitively select which investment banker has the best proposal on the day that your bonds are sold. And on page 8 is a copy of what you were presented with the night of your bond sale in January of 1994. You see that we had 8 different bidders vying to get the bonds. The selection was based on the column labeled TIC, the true interest cost. The range of true interest cost was from 4.47 to 4.59. What does that mean? That is 12 basis points. 12 basis points times the $10 million bond issue was $12,000 a year difference between the first place bidder and the last place bidder. You'll notice bid number 5 over in the far right-hand corner had far and away lower interest rates, but their bond discount in the center column was one of the highest. This true interest cost calculation takes all that, boils all that away so we can compare apples to apples, and in this case, Mellon Bank was the lowest cost proposal. Down in the footnote, you'll see that there were many other investment banking firms, many of them in the Philadelphia area, who were interested in bidding on the bonds, but again, at 11:30 on January 20th, Mellon Bank happened to have the best proposal on this particular day, and that was what we recommended the board go with. And again, we have no interest in who buys these bonds. We're here representing you as your independent advisor. We just want to get you the best proposal. On page number 9, we've showed you something like a page 9 for each of the last bond issues. We showed your interest rates as of January 20th. You had a AA rating. You had a call feature of September of 1999, what we would call a 5-year call, and your discount was $4.46. Another school district bond issue sold the same day in the Commonwealth, about the same size. An issuer had to pay for bond insurance, paid almost twice, over twice the bond discount, from $4 to $11, and had a call feature that's much less favorable than yours. And the interest rates on the right-hand column favor the North Penn School District bond issue. So we're very proud of the results in any of these bond issues we've done for you in the past. we think stand up far and away versus other bonds in the marketplace at the same time. That's a little history of what the financing team concept has been about and what we've been able to do for you. Page number 10. Currently, based on the recent construction bids that you have received for the Penndale project, they're shown in column number 6, an estimate of how the remaining $13 or so million will be spent over the next couple of years. And in addition, column number 5 to complete some renovations at 2 of the other middle schools. You'll see at the top of column number 2, you have about $12 million on hand at the moment. If you were to do nothing, if you work down column number 2, when you get out into the fall of 1996, August or September, based on the estimates today, that's about the time when you will run out of money. And column number 9, then, if you decided to wait until the last possible moment, you would need a bond issue of about $3 million sometime next summer or fall. Okay, that's if you wait and do nothing. On page number 11, for informational purposes, we're showing you this $3 million bond issue. Column number 3 on page 11 are the interest rates you would receive if you sold bonds today. Those are current interest rates. Interest rates next summer could be higher or lower, but this is what it would look like if you sold the bonds today. This would complete the work at the Penndale as well as the other 2 middle school projects. In column number 9, then, that would be the millage impact beginning in the 96-97 school year, assuming a 3-year millage phase-in. Okay, that's if you do the minimum amount and wait until the last possible moment to sell the bonds. Now, one consequence of that, there's nothing wrong with that, but I think you'll be in a position that you'll be awarding the construction contracts to complete the Penndale project and not have all the money in the bank. I mean, that's just a business risk you need to think about. I don't think legally there's anything wrong with that, but that's a business decision you'll need to make about awarding those contracts knowing you don't have sufficient funds to complete the project. Page number 12. Page 12 is a summary of where we're at on the interest rate picture. We show the last 15-year history or so of municipal bond interest rates. Rates did go up, I'm sure you're aware of, beginning in the spring of '94. They got very high in the 4th quarter of 1994 and have come right back down in the first couple of months of 1995 as to where we were last summer. Hopefully you see that on the top half of the page. Okay. If you flip to page 13, we thought it would be helpful with the many decisions that you have in front of you over the next couple of months. We just put together a pro forma $10 million bond issue. We just picked $10 million. There is a federal cutoff of bonds being bank qualified, but thought it would make the math simple for you if you want to extrapolate higher or lower bond issues. Here's 10 million, so 20 million is twice this, or 5 million is half this. This assumes in the top left-hand corner a bond issue that is dated September 1, 1995. Under state law, the bonds would be sold about 30 days prior to that. So this is the board approving, locking in interest rates on August 1, settlement September 1. This would result in a payment in the new budget in column number 9. It was our understanding that you do not wish to place funds in the budget for a new bond issue. So in column number 10, you could use what's called capitalized interest. We've used that in the past. And then column 11, there would be no millage impact in the budget you're considering right now for the new year. The all budget impact would be then in the second year, the 96-97 year, and in addition, the 97-98 school year. So you could sell bonds this summer, have no budget impact, lock in the interest rates, and have money available for the projects. The budget impact for $10 million would be put off then into years 2 and 3. Okay. The last idea on page number 14 is based on the capital projects you do have in front of you. You would be eligible to borrow from the Emmaus General Authority again. You've used it 3 times in the past with successful benefits. I didn't add it up, but probably $1 million or so benefits in the past. It would be available again for a $10 million bond issue. You would, just to reiterate some of the benefits at the bottom of the page, you would be exempt and be able to avoid any arbitrage rebate, and in fact not only be exempt, but keep arbitrage profits through the completion of the project. It would allow you to perhaps extend the investment horizon of existing bond proceeds, pick up additional yield. It also would have no interest payments in your 95-96 budget year or until maturity. The loan could be repaid at any time on 45 days' notice. It is a variable rate loan. Interest rates are 3 and 4%. The rates do change once a week, as opposed to a fixed rate financing that would be at about 5.5%. So the interest rates are about 1 or 2% lower than a fixed rate borrowing. This would provide cash to finish the existing projects, provide seed money for new projects, and give you greater flexibility on when to do the permanent financing that would be required. Your bond counsel gives the opinion that this borrowing would not count against any $5 or $10 million calculations, and in fact you could still do additional financing if you chose to do so in calendar year 95. Depending on what sets of assumptions we wish to use, the benefit would probably be in excess of 6 figures, probably in excess of $100,000. So this was our brief report on the background, current status, and a couple of ideas for you to think about in terms of moving forward. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Great, thank you, Glenn. Questions of Mr. Williard?
I have a number.
Bill?
I have some questions. Would you define arbitrage?
Well, arbitrage is the ability to borrow at one rate and invest it at a different rate. A positive arbitrage would be where you could borrow at 3% and invest at 4%. A negative arbitrage is if you were to borrow at 3 and invest it at 2. As a tax-exempt issuer, you normally or many times have the ability to borrow at a lower rate and invest at a higher rate. So that's a positive arbitrage.
And I had a question written, but I think you answered it. Your company does not do any underwriting,
That's correct.
correct? When you go out, when you showed us this example on page 8 of our last bond issue, do you get paid any fee from these companies?
On page 8, this is a summary of all the underwriting firms that bid on your bond
Right.
issue. Our firm or no one on the financing team is in any way compensated by any of these folks.
So I'm asking about, is there any reason for you to pick one over another at our detriment to your benefit?
Absolutely no reason.
Okay. When we do a refinancing, it's usually brought to us, and I'm just curious, who initiates this? Is it someone, does Dennis call you, or someone here call you, or do you say, I think we can do better if we refinance because interest rates are changing, or there's money available to Emmaus Pool or something? How does that work? What initiates the process?
Well, the process would be that our firm monitors all of the different bond issues of the North Penn School District. We're in this business. We know where interest rates are at, and we're constantly optimizing which bonds are at what levels and where the new market is, and are there any interest rate savings to be achieved by refinancing. We don't come running to you when there's $10,000 of savings. We might alert the administration when an issue starts to approach, say, $100,000 of savings. And as we start to achieve a level that we think the board would be interested in, we start to have more meetings with the finance team, and eventually it's brought to the board for consideration. What we've done in the past is come to a meeting like this, present the information, disclose what the savings are based on current conditions, and then it is up to the board normally to select a minimum target that would be the savings they wish to achieve, and then we either bring back the finished product at or above those levels, or we're just on standby until we can reach such levels. That would be for the more conventional refundings. At times there are more complex refundings that maybe they were very original ideas, and then the legal team, both your solicitor and bond counsel, were much more involved as we work through the mathematics and how it equates to the legality generally under federal tax laws.
Are you kind of like our stockbroker who's aware of, we're an account of yours, and you are aware of what we have, what we're doing, and when something comes along, you get on the phone, say if we refinance, you can save whatever that was, 400 and something thousand. We expect to get paid whatever the number is, and that's how you get paid?
Well, that's really been the direction of the board, is to monitor all of refinancing opportunities and other structuring ideas to bring those to the board when we see something that's going to work for you. So yes, that's our job, and that's been our direction.
If we didn't have somebody like this doing this, would we traditionally do this? Experience, tell me this.
No,
We wouldn't have the wherewithal to do that.
we don't have the employees built to monitor the way they do. You could have one person strictly doing this for a school district.
Watching the bond market and being aware of the laws and such?
T-bills, everything. I mean, anything, you know, we have $100 million to invest. This is a big business.
Look at page 9, Bill. The difference between what happened with Hermitage, who didn't have a bond.
Well, that's my, you're ahead of me here, Dick.
Financial advisor.
I wrote down questions as we went along here. The Emmaus bond pool. If we had not done that, I'm on page 4, by the way, lower right-hand corner, Series A note of 1989. If we had not done that, what would have been the impact on the district? If we had just gone out for a standard bond issue?
Well, on page 4, the benefit of the two borrowings, 400 and 200, the $659,000 of benefit, that benefit showed up in the construction fund and allowed you to borrow $659,000 less on your next bond issue.
Because
So
they
had you,
had to pay back less, are you saying?
yeah,
Because our interest rate was lower.
you had extra arbitrage earnings in your construction fund of $659,000. That was in the construction fund, so therefore the next bond issue was $650,000 smaller.
I know what arbitrage means now. Thank you.
If I can interrupt for just a moment, there's a blue Taurus in the parking lot, license number ALZ 0993. You're doing a battery test, your lights are on. So whoever wants to do it, we'll all watch as you go out. Sorry, go ahead, thanks.
Gonna turn the cameras first? On page 8, the competitive bond sale. When we go out and, when anybody, say a school district, goes out and borrows money, if we didn't have a company like yours, how do we go out and float a bond issue?
Well, if you did not use the services of a financial advisor.
Which, by the way, gets me to the next page, I guess. Why such a big difference, and why would somebody not do this?
If you did not use the services of a independent advisor such as ours, you would just use an investment banker. You would have some selection process that you would go through to select that banker. Probably you would select them 6 months or a year in advance of the time you'd sell the bonds. You would have some presentation. For whatever reason, you'd pick firm number A, let's say. When you get till January the 20th of 1994, in this example, we have found you have no ability to keep the interest rates where they should be, to analyze where the bond discount should be, and I think you see the results of someone trying to do it themselves on page number 9. And this is a real specialty. There's millions of dollars involved, and the deal is really struck in the last day or two. I mean, our firm does, we think we're the best at what we do, but all the investment bankers can come and show you debt service schedules of what a new money bond issue looks like. But when it comes down to the last 2 days or so, when the bonds are actually priced, we continue to sit on your side of the table in setting those interest rates, where an underwriter switches to the other side of the table, represents you as well as the purchasers of the bonds. And if you think about it, you know, those are two very different goals. An investor wants high interest rates, you want low interest rates. And he's in the middle trying to keep both of you happy. We're here representing just you, trying to get you the lowest interest rates.
Other questions, Bill?
Well, thank you. No.
Anything on this side?
I just, if you would please, on 3A, I just want to reconfirm, I thought I heard you say that the total net savings to the school district, which were slightly over $4 million over the past 8 years, that is net. That is of the financing team fees and expenses and the underwriter's discounts.
Yes, and in some cases, the Department of Education shared in some of the savings as well, but this is net of all of that.
To the
Thank you.
district. That's great.
Is that right?
Vicki?
I'll just stick to the page David was on right now. Does this also include any administrative fees by, to Pliget for the administration of the funds when it was invested with them? In other words, did you discount that 1.5%, which can be significant money for administration of the funds?
Page 3A represents just the refunding issues and the Emmaus and structuring issues. Any fees for money management on new money bond issues are not shown on this page, but any administrative fees paid to Pliget borrowing are included in the benefits down below. There's kind of two things that are happening. The administrative fees for the bond pool borrowing are concluded in the bottom half of the page. The investments of proceeds for construction bond issues are not shown on this page.
Okay, so there could be other discounts associated with the full transactions that took place.
There are costs.
As they move
There are
forward.
costs for the investment of the bond proceeds. In particular, the 89 and 90 had some construction advisory services that have been netted out here. Okay.
Okay.
But the non-Emmaus loans, I think it's the 88 and the 92 issue, I want to say, were new money bonds. Those you had separate construction management fees for. They would probably be, to throw out a number, I'll say $20,000 a piece.
Okay. Yes, as we went through these, as I looked through the bonds, for the purpose here, I see things such as refunding new money or taxable refunding. I think that there's been quite a bit of curiosity or concern as to what the more specific purpose of all of the borrowing, the bond borrowing has been regarding projects. That many members of the community have really wanted to see an update of what accounts for the district's total indebtedness and which specific projects they've been borrowed for. And unfortunately, that's something that we have yet to really get completely clarified. We've had various times when different people have said different things as to where our indebtedness takes us as far as projects are concerned. And so with that, for that very reason, I'm going to shift to page 10, where I'm seeing now something contrary to a meeting we had about 2 months ago, your drawdown. At that time, I was under the impression that we thought we could have a couple $1 million balance drawdown left in our accounts with the existing projects today. That was barring, not including moving forward with anything new or new high school. Now I see we do not have that amount of funds, and we would have a $3 million deficit to complete the existing projects if we did not borrow by August of '96. Why has that changed? What has caused that to change since we last met?
I'd have to check the notes of the meeting, but I think generally two things happened in column number 5. I think the remaining monies needed to finish column number 5 have increased since the meeting that you're referring to. I think that's one thing. Okay, now specifically what that is, I need some help for.
What caused the project to become more expensive? Is that what you're saying?
That's one.
No, Mrs. Sharp, if you remember, what we had told the board would have to happen is the money that was spent on the land on Keenest Road, the $6.2 million.
Right.
That was spent out of one bond issue and would have to be recovered because that was not one of the plans of that original bond issue. What this is showing is there's $3 million in savings because instead of having to borrow $6.2 million, we only have to borrow $3,070,000. So there's a $3 million savings, if you will. It's still money that has to be borrowed, but instead of recovering the entire 6.2, we're only recovering $3 million.
But at that meeting also, it was very much stated by both bond counsel and everyone involved that since we had already borrowed bond money for the purchase of the land, they saw no reason to have to pay back, why the shuffle from one pocket to another had to be once again borrowed. That is how we concluded that meeting at the time, that you felt
Yeah,
that
I
there
think
was a
you're- I think you're both
disagreement as
saying
to
the
whether
same
the
thing.
bond, the land had to be repaid, the money had to be repaid, that it should have been covered.
Right, I think what we
Correct.
were saying is we didn't have to recover the full amount of the land. That there was $3 million
Okay.
left in the bond fund. We only had to recover $3 million, not the entire 6.2 that we had said in the very beginning.
And I think the other thing that has changed, again, without checking my notes, in column number 6, I think at our first meeting a couple months ago, the renovations of the Penndale Middle School, I think we were calculating for whatever reason them to be $13 million at that time. And you see now at the top, we've estimated them to be a total of $15 million. So I think those two things are a little different than the handout we had that day.
When you put forward a bond for refunding, do you also, put that automatically out for competitive bid? When you,
There were one or two that were not put out for competitive bid just because of some of the federal tax complexities, but 80% of all these transactions have been put out for a competitive bid, including the refunding. The example on the prior 2 pages, January of 1994, that was a refunding bond issue.
okay, I'm gonna just give the floor for a few more questions others may ask.
Carmen?
One of the criticisms has been that it costs quite a substantial amount. We've got close to $1 million in finance fees and expenses. And I think where Mr. Allen was headed was that on page 9, where the Hermitage School District did it on their own, what kind of savings did they get from the fees and expenses, even though they didn't save in the interest, in the bargaining of the interest? What kind of net is that? The percentage that they lost by doing it themselves, and the money that that they saved by not having to go through a financial management.
Okay, we weren't involved in the Arm Reach transactions, so I don't know exactly, but just to give you a general answer, if you look at page 9, just to make round numbers, let's assume theirs was for a $10 million bond issue. Let's assume the numbers in the far right-hand corner, to average those out, assume that that's 15 basis points. 15 basis points times 10 million is 15,000 a year times 20 years. That's 300,000. The difference in the discount, call that $6 times 10 million, that's another $60,000. I mean, the present value of all that, I'll guess, is $200,000. So they left $200,000 on the table and saved a $15,000 financial advisor fee.
Okay. So basically, other than the comments that,
But they got
We
the
should
work
be
done
more-
for free.
excuse me?
But they got the work done for free.
Other than the comment that we need to bring down some of these fees, going with a financial management company is a benefit to the school district by allowing us to be more competitive and get the best interest rates.
In 1993, our firm did 108 school district bond issues, acting just as financial advisor. So we think there's a real service for it. Folks are very happy. We're not just used one time and let go. I mean, we're brought back to do many transactions as we have been here in the past.
Okay. Are you considering lowering your fees dependent on, since our economy is in such dire straits these days?
I think on 3A, the fees that you see there, some are higher, some are lower, depending on the complexity of what we did. I think our fees were always very fair here for what we did. Some of the more complex and innovative transactions have higher fees. Some of the more standard transactions have lower fees. We always showed them to the board, and they were approved the night of the bond sale.
I know it's an unfair question, but is there any type of documentation that shows how competitive you are with other financial management companies in the Pennsylvania area?
We're the largest and the best at what we do. We've always given you this information in advance.
But is there any type of independent report that can own out what, you know, what we've had for several years with the relationship with you and the fees and the work that you've done for us.
We're very proud of what we've done, but I think you could have your business manager, you know, look into that if you
Dennis,
wanted
is
to.
there anything of
I
that
can look
nature?
into that for you, Mrs.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Dave?
Mrs. Mangle?
Yes, I have a number of questions. Let's go directly to page 9 then, if you would, Mr. Williams.
Done.
I think,
Done.
I'm sorry, page 9. I think what's a little unfair here in your comparison is that as we look at the fact you're pointing out what you were able to do for this district and what this poor district in Hermitage couldn't do for itself, I think probably more glaring than that you didn't handle the account is that our account was competed and theirs was negotiated. So I would think that in bonds that were competed for, there was competition for, as opposed to negotiated, would in fact cause this to happen more so than your direct hand in it. Is that not true?
We feel strongly that competitively bidding Pennsylvania school district bonds helps to result in this significant difference, yes.
Right, but you've made your comparison of yourself to this school district, and theirs was negotiated, not competed.
That's true.
I know. Page 3, if you would. I'm sorry, page 2. I appreciate the graphics you provide us with on the financing team, and I see here, I believe I understand the responsibility and the functions of the school board and the administration, and also that of the underwriter and the architect on most occasions. But as I look here at solicitor, bond counsel, and financial advisor, I'm just not sure how each of you is paid, how you drive your fees. Is it based on billable hours, or is it based on a percentage of our borrowing?
Well, I'll try to generally describe those, but I'm sure each of the lawyers could speak to it themselves. I think in the past your solicitor has billed for his no litigation opinion, as well as reviewing all the documents related to the bond issue, and most importantly, much of the construction work that's been done either before and or after the bonds were sold. So it's not just a fee for doing the bond issue, it's all the construction related work that goes along with it. Bond counsel also bills based on the complexity of the bond issue. Many of these refundings, as I mentioned, were sort of state-of-the-art and one-of-a-kind transactions. Some of them were less complicated and the fees were reduced. And our fees have been based on also the complexity of the refunding or the new money ideas for the new money, also coming to the Plan Con and Act 34 work are a component of those fees. So they're based on a general understanding of the work to be completed and how much time is going to be involved, not so much just on an hourly basis. None of these have been on strictly an hourly basis. They have been for a per transaction basis.
Okay, so essentially it's a percentage of a job, a project.
As opposed to hourly, yes.
Okay, so this is where I'm having some of my problem. This was issued to the board. It was since 1992. I'm sure you've seen it. It was a table made for each board member has this, listing gross proceeds, which I guess a combination of the bond itself and then proceeds added to the bond. But then it has a listing of the financial advisor fees that you received, and then it looks like a combination of fees by legal. August 1st, 92, gross proceeds was $8,650,000. I'm assuming that was an $8 million bond. You received $31,000 in fees, and legal must have split some cut $50,000. But a mere 2 years later, on a $25 million bond, you only took $23,000, and bond counsel only split $43,000. So I don't see a pattern here between borrowing and fee assessments.
I think it's the complexity perhaps of the, I think the first one you said was an $8 million refunding.
Right?
I think it's perhaps a
For $8 million, legal received $50,000, but for $25 million, received $43,000.
I think it's the complexity of the refunding would be my answer.
And yet you don't base it on, you don't base it on billable hours or base it on anything that can be actually ascertained. You just got done telling me you base it on the project.
Yes.
And the project isn't driven by the amount of money borrowed?
Not necessarily, no. The complexity may be for 2 million or 100 million, not just the size of the issue. I think the underwriter's fees are based on the size of the bond issue. They're a percentage of the bond issue. None of the fees of the financing team are a percentage of the bond issue, and that's so that there's no incentive for us to have a larger bond issue. The one refunding the last issue of 1993, as I mentioned, I think an investment banker would have came in and tried to do the whole transaction. We encourage you to do a smaller transaction and leave some of the bonds that perhaps could be done if rates changed, and that was good advice in hindsight. So we encourage you to do a smaller bond issue, not just to do a larger bond issue. I think that's one of the advantages in not having someone compensated by the size of the bond issue.
But the lowest possible cost to us is probably best had by competition among underwriters. I'm assuming that, you know, your financial advising fees just adds another layer to the lowest negotiated fee, which would have been at the level of the underwriter, correct?
Well, I think if you look at, what is it, page 9? Page 9. Just looking at the discount on page 9, you see about an inch or so down, the discount for your bonds were $4.46. The Hermitage was $11. If you added in a sort of, we'll say, a surcharge to your $4.46 to represent our fee, that would be a number like $2 or $3 a bond. So if you say that your discount, including our fee, was $6 or $7, you still saved $40,000 on the bond discount plus the difference in the interest rates after paying for our fee.
Yeah, but the X number missing from here is what is the difference between the fact that with what you're comparing, ours was done through competition, theirs was negotiated.
That's right. We put that together for you.
Okay, we'll go back. Okay, let me hold the question. Move to page 5, if you would. I question Series 92. On the Series of 92, were we using taxable bonds to refinance non-taxable bonds?
Yes, the series of 1992 was a taxable issue
Right.
to refund the tax-exempt series of 1984.
Would the interest be higher on the taxable bonds than the non-taxable?
Correct.
Okay. With that same note, why hadn't we paid off these bonds in 1984 instead of having to refinance them at a higher interest cost and underwriter's cost later? I believe it was about $2 million left at the time on this note, on this series. Why didn't we just pay it off?
Well, to just pay them off would have a dramatic impact on the general fund budget. I mean, you could pay off any of these bonds if you were willing to levy the taxes to pay them off. You had a payment plan that was put in place in 1978. The bonds were refinanced in 1984 to the same payment dates, and the issue in 1992 refinanced them again to the same payment dates.
Okay.
Most any of these bond issues can be retired early if you're willing to levy the taxes to do it, just like our home finance. We can pay off our car at any time, we can pay off our home at any time, if we're willing to, write a check to do that.
Okay, but at the same time, if you are giving us financial advice, I would think that there'd be points in time along the way. And how many years, you said 30 years with us?
Our firm's been with you since 1987. Your bond counsel's been here dating back to the 1950s.
Okay. Then I would think along the way in your giving us advice, I continue to see an incredible increase in refinancing, essentially churning out a lot of refinancing, as opposed to maybe getting more paternal advice to encourage board members who are unfamiliar with bonds to pay them off.
Well, I think to answer that question, we would look at page 12.
Sure.
It's been our job as your financial advisor to help you through this process, to represent you in all aspects of the transaction. We have always shown you where interest rates have been and the history of what's been going on in the market. I have to confess that we're no smarter than anyone else in determining where interest rates are going to be in the future.
Right.
I don't know that anyone at any point in time from 1981 through February of last year knew that rates were going to continue to go down as low as they did. Each time that we came to you with these refundings, we all struggled with, do we do it now or do we wait? I mean, if we had waited until February of 1994 to do all of these refundings at that very bottom of the market, that would have been the best time to do it. Each time the board came and recognized, understood the transaction, understood the possibility that rates could go higher, they could go lower. There were a couple times when we set the threshold of savings and the market went away from us, and we had to wait 6 months or 9 months or whatever it was till we could achieve that level of savings. We'd come back, present it to the board, give them the option of implementing the resolution of 6 months earlier or establishing a new level of savings. So, I mean, the board was a party to all these decisions as to when to pull the trigger on implementing the refunding.
On page 4, Series A note of 89 and 90. I've noticed in all the other series you provided us with whether or not, well, the fact that the type of sale was a competitive one. Were these put out for bid to get the lowest possible interest rate?
The lower left-hand corner on page 4?
89 and 90,
Yeah.
the notes.
Yeah, competitive would designate there that they were put out for competitive proposals. You see the very last line number of bids. We had 8 bids, just like what you saw on page
No,
number
I'm
8.
talking about the Series A note.
Well,
Right-hand
the
corner.
I'm sorry,
You can't-
lower right-hand corner?
It's not listed as to the type of sale.
The Series A note, the Emmaus loans require the use of the entire package of the whole program. For the Series A note, I'd have to check, but Goldman Sachs is the lead underwriter for that the Emmaus loan program.
Was there any competition for that?
For the Goldman, only when it was put together by Emmaus in 1989. That was, you sort of got a package deal, I'll say there. You had no choice in who the underwriter was for that. Same with the Series A note of 90, and the same with the 1994 loan from Emmaus. And if you would use it again, it would be the same thing. You would have to use the entire package.
Okay, let me just check. I believe I'm okay. It is my sentiment, as I stated before, and I'll state it now that the financial advisor is here, that if the majority of this board wishes to pursue new money and take the recommendation, I think that's with this package with the $10 million, that by invitation, an RFP be put together and that all firms involved be placed up for competition. Mr. Royer can say that they are the biggest and the best in the state or the nation or the world, but I don't believe this board for quite some time has ever seen any proof of that. And I believe that the cream always rises to the top, and if in fact you are the best and you do provide the best services for us, that will prevail. And if not, then we've done ourselves and everybody else a greater service by showing some competition. So I will be pursuing that, and will, at the proper time, if the board majority wishes to borrow more money. Thank you.
Thomas?
If the average taxpayer would come in here tomorrow and ask for this, to try to figure out how much debt the district is in, what would be the easiest course for them to follow through in an ABC-type manner to come up with the total amount of debt, and then to be able to understand that we still need $3 more million to finish out the project in Penndale and be fully paid for the land, and then for them to be able to come to the conclusion of what the total debt is? How can they use this as a package? Could you walk me through that? Maybe we could circle some things so because it's my belief that the average taxpayer really doesn't understand what bonds are and how they work. It's going to take me a long time to learn how they really work. But can we do that? Can we walk through here to come up to the total debt of the district?
Well,
Because this does say financial update, and I think if a taxpayer picks this up, they should be able to say, okay, financial update. I should be able to look at this and find out how much debt the district is really in. So could we walk through it and come up with that number?
well, I think we can help you on page 10 with how much you need to complete the projects that are immediately in front of you. This document does.
That's easy.
That's 3,070,000.
That's pretty, yeah, but, okay.
The goal here was not to show you, I think we have that in other documents.
Right.
You haven't had that
Tom,
with you, Dan?
I have the copy from the audit there. If anybody wanted to look, this shows from our audit report the.
And I have a copy of that.
Right. I mean, that shows everything right
Okay,
there.
so we could just work off of page 10. And what's the amount, if we finish, without the 3 more million we need to really either finish Pendale or pay for the land, what's our total before the 3 million?
Principal, we're at $74 million.
74, okay, so really, to be able to complete the projects that we're working on now, okay? And to finish paying for the Keenest Road land, we need 3 more. We would, if we didn't do anything then, from there on, we'd be in debt at 77 million.
Well, that's just principal, and with interest, with the interest included, we're $114 million. That's our total debt with the interest.
Is that amortized, Dennis?
Yes. 77, but 77 of that's principal. The balance of that is
Okay.
interest.
Okay, so the total is 114.
Correct, with
Okay.
interest,
Now,
right?
is that 114 then, plus we need 3 more million besides that, or not?
Yes,
Yes.
it will be 114 plus 3. It will be 117.
It'll be 117, okay.
Mhm.
I just think that and I do appreciate, Dennis, I did get that. I just, I think if the public sees this document, then hopefully people can pick this up on the TV, that's really where we are. After owning the land at Keenest, we're $117 million in debt.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have.
Dennis, that does not include the interest, though, for that 3 million,
No,
No,
whatever
it
the
doesn't.
interest would
just
be on that
principal
3 million.
Plus the interest.
plus the
right.
interest.
I might
Well, the
point out,
117 includes the principal and the interest,
Correct. Mrs.
except
Day,
for
we're
the
s-
interest for the 3 million.
Right, currently,
So
we're
what would be the interest for the $3
$74
million?
million, principal, we're $74 million in debt. With the addition of 3 million, we'd be 77 as principal. With the interest, it would be 114 plus the interest on the 3 million.
Page 11 shows principal and
Right.
interest for the 3 million.
So we're talking,
It's about 5 million too.
5.2, okay.
Assuming you waited till next year to sell the bonds.
So it'd be 114 plus 5, it'd be
Right.
doggone close to 120 million.
That's right.
To have our capital repairs done and to own the land. Okay.
That's correct, Tom.
I have one more question then. Art, on the plan con, now we're getting a little bit away from it, I think I have the right to ask this. On the plan con, we had about $10 million subtotal to elementary schools and the junior high. Now, I've assumed some of that money is in this last bond that we took for Pendale. If we were to do all the renovations to these schools, if you had listed those in the plan con that you sent to the state, could you give me a ballpark guess if you had your wish list? And let me clarify wish list, like that we probably still do need a roof in a couple of years at the high school. Are we still in need of a couple more $1 million to get our schools up to snuff? We think we need a couple boilers and a couple other things.
ADA?
I would say yes.
There's ADA requirements too, don't we have a
Well,
timeline on
the
that?
ADA requirements, we would address, since we have buildings that are in ADA compliance, and the ability to put a youngster there if it's required, ADA, we would address as required. We will, when we're finished the Pendale renovations, we will have complete compliance for ADA K through 9.
But we have some at the high school, wasn't
We
there
have
significant
done,
at the high school?
we have done some at the high school. Every time we do any kind of an upgrade or a maintenance project, we always make it ADA compliant.
I think I know what Tommy's looking for, he wants to know, what do you see as those needs, financial needs?
Whether we
that- for
build a new high
maintenance-
school or whether we
For
build an
maintenance of
addition
existing
to,
buildings.
where are we? I just want, and been trying to get a general, and I have been talking to Art about it. 5 million?
I would think 5 million.
Okay.
And it changes. I
It's-
mean,
I know,
as you
right.
have new problems, and as things get older, I mean, every building is a year older every year, and you face new requirements. I mean, we project that 5 years, we live with it, but we don't update it probably as often as we should. It should probably be a yearly document.
Okay, I just want to clarify for myself and hopefully for the community where we are as far as our real debt picture. Gary?
Is this packet available for members of the community?
Sure.
Tomorrow. Tomorrow?
I have no copies now.
Oh, it's not out in the audience? They're not on the agenda?
They brought a new one tonight.
Oh, we're reading from it. I thought they were. I remember it wasn't that long ago when I was sitting out there. It's very hard to follow with a blank program. Like two of the numbers.
I
We had no copies until they were distributed here at the table.
Okay. Well. Question, when you brought the different refundings to the board in the last few years, and we learned the net savings, it was always, wow, that was really good, and it really is, you've done a good job on that. But you said tonight that we always knew what the fees were, and I disagree. We always knew that what the savings was a net savings, but I don't believe the fees were spelled out ahead of time.
I think the question had come up before.
That's not true.
We always showed the board, I mean, part of the handout was the composition of issue and all of the fees and expenses. Now, I think some of the confusion on the one question was a final settlement sheet. I think the final settlement sheet, changes plus or minus by a few $100s depending on the actual out-of-pocket expenses and things such as that. And I think some of the confusion was we had not supplied that to you because we didn't understand that was the question. I think we have supplied all that to you, but 98% of all those fees and expenses were known and approved by the board. Just some of the final out-of-pockets were
I
not.
just remember net savings.
Yeah.
Okay, we did.
That's all.
And Mr. Clements, before we go on, I think it's important for the community to also know that according to state regulations, our borrowing base, which is the amount, which is the limit at which we can be in debt, is 2.5 times the average of our last 3 years' revenue. So according to the state, they say that we can be in debt up to $225 million. I want that clarity.
Everybody feels better.
And Visa and MasterCard tell you can have unlimited.
I just think it's important for you to know that, I mean, that's what they consider,
Well, we kind of control that because as we increase our budgets, we increase our ceiling on our debt.
Right.
What I'd like to
That's
know
good to
is,
point out.
Yeah.
is that local, that's overlapping debt also? When you're giving Tommy, is that only direct debt or does it include our overlapping debt obligation?
What do you mean by overlapping
That would
debt?
just be the direct debt. The
That's
direct debt.
This is just direct
This is
debt.
just what the
Well,
school
we have
district.
overlapping debt with other,
You
We
mean
have
with the water
overlapping debt
authority and?
with townships, the water, sewer, the county, those are all in addition.
No, it's,
okay, the county debt and everything.
Ralph, any questions? Just one thing. One of the factors, I don't know that it was really brought out tonight, when we did the refinancing, there are some restrictions when the bonds are refunded as to the bond issue itself will have some restrictions on the refunding, does it not? As far as how much can be refunded when?
Well, you have, you're permitted to do an advance refunding of each issue one time. There are federal restrictions with respect to the investment of the proceeds. They're invested in an escrow account. Does that help?
That's what I think it needs to be pointed out. Each of these bond issues, you can't just go refund them whenever you want to.
That's right.
There are some limits and restrictions on how to do that, and it's got to be done carefully.
And I think each time we reviewed those different options, whether it's weight or not, and the board was a part of all those decisions.
Absolutely.
Since, I have one more too.
I do too.
Can I ask one more? Okay. Since it's been brought up that you weren't comparing apples to apples on page 9, is there 2 questions? 1, could they have gone competitive? 2, if they could have, can you give us another comparison of a school district that did not use a financial management company and went out for competitive bids so that we can have a apples to apples comparison? Because it's been said that you're not comparing, so you've kind of fudged or kind of weighted it towards yours end because the bid was competitive since it was through your financial management.
Well, I would say we fudged anything. I mean, we're presenting to you the
I
facts.
understand.
This is what it is. We didn't change or fudge any of this. I'm not aware of any school district in Pennsylvania that has done a truly competitive bond sale on their own. I mean, it's just such a specialty. Firms like ours are employed to do this. It's not something that the business office typically is charged to do. I don't know of a school district that has done this on their own.
Can they do it on their own?
Well, I think you can feel like you're doing it by getting proposals from a couple of different investment banking firms, but they're not going to hold the bids for 6 months or a year, and 6 months or a year from now, in the last 24 or 48 hours, I mean, you're not going to know if the market's at 542 or 537 or 599.
So then, there is no way to compare apples to apples on page 9, because school districts,
Well, I think
there
by,
isn't a school district that has done a competitive bid and not used a financial advisor.
let me try to answer it this way. We have done competitive bond sales for 2 different districts on the same day. Okay, we've done, say one at 12 o'clock and one at 1 o'clock. I think typically we'll find that within an eyelash of one another, the interest rates are the same between noon and 1 o'clock for a competitive sale for 2 Pennsylvania school districts on the same day. Does that help?
Well, what doesn't, again, the chart on page 9 has us as, with a competitive bid, using a financial advisor, Hermitage as a negotiated bid, not using a financial advisor.
That's right.
And the comment has been made that they negotiated and they did not go competitive. If there was a school district that went competitive, and you're saying that you don't know of any in Pennsylvania that have done that, is that correct?
Have done a competitive sale on their own without the services of an advisor.
Okay, so it's a difficult and cumbersome and obviously not done without a financial advisor. Is that correct
That's
statement?
correct.
Go ahead.
Barbara, let me try to address on page 9, purpose for which it's submitted.
Dick, could you use the mic, please?
I wouldn't try to look at page 9 as a competitive indication that PFM is better than anyone else, as much as I would look at it to validate that the decision of the board back in 1987, because prior to 1987, this district did all of their bond issues like they were done on the right-hand column for Hermitage. That's the way you customarily did your financings. Your selection of public financial management by this board was a departure from the historical norm as to how this district would proceed to market their bonds and their debt instruments in the future. You made the decision that you felt that you would get a better bid, even adding in the financial advisor fee, than what you would be able to get if you selected a single underwriter and negotiated that bid with the underwriter. So I think rather than viewing this as something that public financial management is putting forth, I think it validates the decision of the board to abandon the concept in the right-hand column, to elect to go to competitive bidding. And the proof is whether or not your decision was a good decision relates that when you take the discount that you paid and you add the financial advisory fee, and now you have apples to apples, and you can compare interest rates and you can compare the fees. But what I would suggest to you is that it's not so much the discount or adding his fee to the discount, it's really where the interest rates are. And when you look at the firms that bid on page 8, you can see that there were a lot of sophisticated firms, a lot of the firms that we buy securities with in our own individual lives. Each one of those firms in joining together had a different viewpoint as to where interest rates were on that day and time. So I think page 9 is not intended to balance or to vindicate or validate PFM as much as it is to say that the decision of this board to abandon negotiated sales back in the mid-'80s has proven to be a good decision, as indicated by this bid. And if you go back to any of the other bond sale documents that were distributed the night of the bond sale, you will find in almost every one of those a comparative bid between some other issue that is out in the marketplace. And they're not selected to say, geez, PFM did this super job, as much as it is to continue to reinforce to this board that the determination that you made to not continue to do a negotiated sale had merit and had economic benefit to the district. If you broke even, it still validates your decision. But I think that it's intended to be set forth here that you did in fact do a better, and I would also indicate to you and agree with Glenn I think it would be virtually impossible because of the federal securities rules and regulations as to how you would be in compliance and secondary market disclosure rules as to how a district could put together a competitive bidding situation on their own. I mean, that's one of the services that a financial advisor provides for you.
Thank you. That's clarification I wanted, because it left to the audience that we weren't comparing apples to apples, that their school districts could do competitive bids, and apparently it's a very difficult situation to be able to do that most school districts who go out on their own without a financial advisor actually do a negotiated bid. So it is prudent to have a financial advisor in order to get the savings, even though the fees may be more than all of us want to pay.
Certainly, but I think the thrust, if you look from the beginning of the proposal or the beginning of the presentation to the back, is simply that this board made a different decision in 1987 than it had ever made before. You decided that you did not want to do business on a transaction-by-transaction basis, that your capital needs were such that you wanted to form a group that was responsible to you, that reported to you, that disclosed to you what was going on, did not take the decision-making away from you, but that you would be constantly and continuously monitoring. And the purpose, I think, of the presentation is to say the board's decision to form a financing team has proven to generate substantial benefits to the district as contrasted to a transaction-by-transaction basis. We can debate the merits as to whether the fees are high, low, how they come out. But I think the decision to structure a financing team, the decision to have a group of people continuously working for you on an ongoing basis, bringing you the ideas, I think it's intended that this says to you that the $4 million, we didn't save the $4 million, we simply brought you the tools. You made the decisions, you've saved $4 million because of the decision you made to coordinate the capital needs of this district, which are dramatically different than most districts. You're not in the marketplace once every 10 years doing a plain vanilla bond issue. That's a different type situation. The board recognized in the mid-'80s you had a lot of capital needs, and you formed your financing team, and I think the proof is, yes, we've been able to save and bring you advantages totaling $4 million, and yes, you had to pay cost, fees, and expenses to get it done.
Thanks for the clarification.
Well, before you sit down, could I ask you one question then?
Yes.
Because you weren't at the meeting, I forget, who was the name?
Paul Lundin was there.
Okay. One of the questions I had at that meeting, and I still don't know that it's been fully clarified, is why, with you as a representative of bond counsel, for the district, do we need to be sharing 50% fees between two solicitors? I personally felt that on the local level, it's a matter of following up on the documentation, not playing financial advisor, but rather, local, local advisement and connections here, rather than having such, duplication of fees, because that should be your professional services, should it not, as bond counsel?
I think, given the question that was raised before, I think it would be advantageous, and we'll provide your business manager with a detailed breakdown as to what all the players in a transaction like this customarily do. But I think the differences are dramatic between the services that we render to you on the one hand and Mr. Potash and his firm renders to you on the other. Our job is more to the financing side of the transaction. It is more one-sided. It is a esoteric specialty with respect to certain provisions of the tax code. It is our job to be certain that you're in compliance with the federal securities law, state securities law, that the structures of the transactions that are brought before you are in conformity with the Internal Revenue Code, that the structure of your projects and the financing and the timing of those projects enable you to earn the benefits or not earn the benefits of the particular transaction involved, and to assume the responsibility for the compliance documents, for the securities, to develop those, to review those, and to finally issue an opinion to the ultimate holders of the bonds that the interest income that they receive is tax exempt. So ours is a securities-related, debt-related type of a service that we render to you. Mr. Potash renders two services in that regard. One, he is the chief legal officer of the district, He is also responsible for reviewing the securities matters as it relates to the disclosure items versus the school district, matters involving litigation, assessment appeals with respect to the district, that formed the basis of some very critical discussions with the rating services many years ago. His job is also to review the paperwork that we present to you. He does not abdicate his professional responsibility simply because you have hired a bond counsel. And many, many occasions, this board and other boards have turned to Mr. Potash and said, have you had the opportunity to review this document? The answer is yes, I have. So it's his job to review the disclosure documents, to review the documents that we prepare, and if you're not on the receiving end of the carbon copies, but I know that Dennis and some of the others are, every piece of correspondence that we prepare, every document that we send out in behalf of this district, whether it's going to the rating services, the insurance companies, is carbon copied to Mr. Potash and to his office. Now that part is what he does. The other part that he does is during the period of construction of the project. And I could only venture to say that reviewing the non-technical specifications, reviewing the payment and performance bonds, handling the matters during construction, the construction management agreements, the whole process of taking this project from the time that we would complete the financing until you've completed the building, absent litigation, is a part of his fee for which you do not receive a statement from his firm. Now, I would suspect that Mr. Potash can answer that if you've been involved in condemnation, special litigation, that would be something that would be out of the ordinary. But his fees are kind of a bifurcated fee where, one, he has a continuing responsibility as the chief legal officer of this district to render us opinions upon which we rely, upon which we incorporate into our opinion, because we're not here every day. We have to get an opinion from him with respect to the propriety of the proceedings, the propriety of the project, to validate whether there is or is not litigation, the nature of that litigation, his review of the preliminary and final official statements, his participation in the review of the invitation to bid in behalf of the district. So his service gets bifurcated between the portion that he spends on the financing and the portion that he spends on the construction of the project.
But he's paid at the date of the settlement.
Yes.
On the bond.
Yes.
So essentially, he's paid in advance for work not yet performed. Is that what you're saying?
That's when he is paid, yes.
So if this $50,000 fee that I'm assuming that somehow there was a cut between you as bond counsel and the
typically
general counsel.
there's never, I mean, the fees are typically divided between our firm and Mr. Potash's firm on a
50%,
Not
generally,
always.
right?
There'd
In the
be
settlement
minor,
sheets, there were different cuts I couldn't make.
there'd be
different
minor
percentages.
exceptions to that, you know, but I think overall it's about that.
I suppose when I hear that as bond counsel, you know all the laws regarding that, and you are directly employed by the district, rather than being someone who's representing another agent that we're up against the table for, is why I don't understand why necessarily such a heavy involvement of another solicitor, when in fact we have a financial director right here that outside of the law, the legal questions dealing with the specific finances of this community, of this school district, we have someone who is not commissioned, who does not make extra money one way or another regarding that specific bond activity, but is certainly charged with the responsibilities of evaluating our financial.
And Dennis does that, and he does it well, and he is a continuing participant in all of these discussions as well. But for example, over the last several years, the last decade or more, there have been substantial challenges to the assessed value. One of the things you have to list is the top 10 taxpayers based
Right.
on assessed valuation. Over the years, you've had many of those taxpayers challenge those assessments. They have become critical to the analysis of the rating service as to whether or not you're entitled to your AA credit rating. While Dennis can give us the numbers, he cannot express a legal opinion upon which the rating services will rely as to the status of that litigation, as to where that litigation stands, what is the likely outcome of that litigation. Many years ago, when we had the elementary schools that were being, I believe, Charles, leased out, the rating services raised a lot of questions concerning those circumstances. So I think that there are people who are judging your transaction, whether it's insurance companies, rating services, who really want legal opinions, and somebody has to give that opinion, and that's part of Charles's responsibility. The other thing he gives, and he represents in the disclosure document, is the nature of all outstanding litigation facing the district and whether or not that litigation is insured, uninsured, whether or not there's any direct or personal liability, whether or not there's any challenges facing the district with respect to its boundaries, the seating of its members. And so I think that the other third parties to the transaction, not necessarily myself, are looking for the school district solicitor to render those opinions.
Well, you know, basically, this stuff isn't updated. I see Leeds and Northrop still one of our top 10 employers in this district in recent bonds.
I don't know what you're looking at.
And propriety of projects. So basically, this fee is also covering the advisement that allows us to buy heating pads for this bond money.
Well, I don't know what document.
And, you know, little
Yeah.
incidental items
No.
that you're saying that this
No, I
is,
think it's
that
what
he
I-
establishes the propriety?
No,
of
I
that?
think what he goes to is to questions as to where you stand in the scope of the project, whether the project has been approved by the board, not so much the propriety in terms of what you buy. He's a disinterested party in that regard. As to the other document you're referring to of Leeds, I'm not sure which document you're referring to.
With your bond issues, where you were saying how we're rated according to the top 10 taxpayers and et cetera.
Yes.
Well, Leeds and Northrop, I don't think still make,
Well,
I don't think they make the top 10 list anymore.
Well, I don't know whether we have them
And
as the top
accuracy.
10. Remember, that gets updated.
I don't
every-
think it's
every
updated very often.
It's updated every time we do a bond issue.
Every single time. I still have different, the same information
The-
that goes back 4 years.
Well, when we have the disclosure document, every time we review it, one of the questions that we ask is who are the top 10 taxpayers? Are they currently paying their taxes? Who are the top 10 employers? And that information is typically provided to us by the district.
Okay, one last question. When you deal with so many other school districts, you represent bond counsel for many other school districts?
Yes.
Also municipalities, I assume?
Yes.
You have a lot of government agencies. Do you also have relationships where the other local solicitor is a part of the process but goes through billable hours or perhaps their retainer charge? That the work that they serve on the local level is covered through either one of those two means of financial reciprocation versus this shared percentage of the bond
The vast,
value?
yeah, it's difficult to make generalizations, but let me try to make the broadest that I can. Most of the time, a school district will opt to fund their solicitor's payment out of the bond issue rather than having it paid out of the general fund on an ongoing basis, since it can be capitalized rather than expensed on a current basis. I would say to you that the customary relationship is of the similar nature that your solicitor has. And typically, there is a payment made up front for the project. Now, that's a matter of discussion with your solicitor, but most.
But I asked you, do you have?
Yeah,
Do you
no,
have
most-
relationships with the?
Most of these solicitors that I work with, absent some specific contract with the board, and this would number into the hundreds of districts, would have the same similar situation Mr. Potash has with you.
50%, well,
Well, no, in terms of the relationship of the fee, no, I would say that the fees can vary depending upon whether or not they're being compensated for construction work, anywhere from 100 to 150% of our fee to 200% of our fee.
I don't remember anything ever coming before the board to discuss percentages of bond issue transactions. To determine what that would be on the local level. That's why I assumed it was between the three of you that it was discussed.
No, those.
I don't know, maybe older board members could help me there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witt. Any other questions? Can I ask one now? If you don't mind. And this may not even be for you, Glenn. I noticed that on page 10, we're discussing, or we're showing Pendle renovations and charges of about $2.8 million occurring after August 1st, 96. I thought we were going to have the school finished by that. Is that accounts payable that we get to that point, or outside?
We're always trailing in the pay down or the billing, and one of the things we do, we hold a considerable amount of money, even after substantial completion. It's our lever to make sure the job is done.
Okay, great. Okay, well, that answers that question. Any other questions?
I just have a comment. After listening to all this and it somewhat sounds like you're becoming victims of your own success, in that people think this is easy. And as a board member, I certainly wouldn't want the responsibility of being in charge of a $20 million bond issue, because I'll be the first to tell you, I'm not qualified. And I have a hard time sitting here and resenting you getting paid for it. And I also say to myself, well, if you're not here, I look at how you've gotten us into other bond funds and refinanced and saved $4 million. That, what am I missing, folks? Who here can issue a bond issue?
No, no one's
I
talking
don't know.
about doing it
They always
in-house.
talk about doing it by themselves,
Well,
Bill.
I thought you said you wanted to go out and get competitive bids ourselves. Isn't that what I understood?
No, financial advisor. I don't want to hear one more time we're the largest and the best in the state. I want proof. The only way we can secure proof is to have other financial advising firms come forward by invitation, RFP, the next time we go out for money.
But what happens to all the times when we're not going out for money? And I'm not defending these people, by the way. I don't know them from Adam.
Neither do I.
Okay, but these people come to, if I understand it correctly, maybe that's where my point is. We're sitting here minding our own business. The next thing we know, you're making a presentation to say we can save you $500,000. I seem to remember voting on that a year and a half ago. And my concern is that if we don't have somebody like this, we won't have people coming to us doing this. You don't go out and say, 10 people go out and save us $400,000.
Bill, I think the point is, there are firms today that represent companies in doing real estate assessment appeals and boast that they are the largest firm in the country to do that. And they command a very high amount of money to do that. There are smaller firms in the country that do real estate assessment appeals at a much lower cost and give you as much bang for your buck. That's the point Don is trying to make. A competitiveness and looking around other than PFM. That's the only point she's trying to make. And biggest always isn't the best.
Understand.
Okay?
I understand that. But are you saying that you can do it cheaper, or you just have people come in and make a presentation?
Possibly. Yes.
Okay.
Smaller firms can usually do it cheaper.
But how do you judge the history behind what this company has given us? How do you judge with the competitive bids whether or not they may come in at a lower
That is
bid,
difficult.
but they are not going to have the type of history we've had? I will honestly say that, yes, I do not agree with the cost of the fees, and everyone is pretty much certain that, you know,
If
fees
I
are
can
the
say
fees.
something, Mrs. Lady,
But let me continue. But the whole point is, in the years that I've been on this school board, this financial advisory team has come up with some very good financial advices for us. Some of them they've brought forward where we've discussed it. One of them specifically, we said, let's wait. They estimated what we would wait, and we made more money in the long run. Remember that? We had a bit of a discussion.
Excuse me, could we have the audience please keep quiet so that we can hear Mrs. Leahy? Thank you.
And that's the point I'm trying to make, that it is difficult for us. It's easy to go out for a competitive bid and get someone who will charge us less, but will they give us the same type of service? And that's the thing that we have to look at.
That's a risk that
Value
has to be
added.
taken.
but I think, Mrs. Leahy, in my conversations, I expressed the same concern to Mrs. Mengel, and that's why she insists on an invitation only. She doesn't want Manny, Mo, and Jack from wherever, just applying. She wants, reputable firms that do have a background.
But we know that reputable firms can still take you over the
And that's
coals.
true, that's true.
Sure.
I mean, certainly a lot of charities have just found out about a reputable firm.
In Orange County.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Willard or Mr. Wood? Once again, thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming and presenting it to us. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the committee reports. Facilities, buildings, and grounds.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Allen.
Yes, thank you. Bids were
Go ahead, Bill.
Bids were received and opened for renovations at Penndale Middle School on Wednesday, May 10th, 1995. I am pleased to report that there was an excellent response to our request for bids in all areas of construction. There were many positive comments from bidders regarding the quality of our bid documents, and from my perspective, the final bid prices reflect a thorough planning and good detail on behalf of our staff and the architect. Bid price for general construction, HVAC, plumbing and
Yeah, that's, PFM is
plumbing.
Excuse me, Mr. Allen is giving his report. Would you please respect that? Thank you.
Bill, Dick, point of order, what about the
We have
audience of citizens to
that
ask
comes
PFM?
at number
PFM
3.
statement.
PFM.
Bill, would you go ahead and do your thing? If anyone has any questions of the presentation, they can provide it to us in writing, and we can provide them an answer.
So they can't
Well, that's why PFM's here.
You're out of order, Dick.
We waited all this time.
We waited all this time.
To
We
get
had the
PFM in here.
presentation to the board. That's what it was for.
The audience members had questions.
There's a budget here.
If they would, excuse me,
Dr.
You're
Person, you
not-
want me to go grab them?
That's what they want.
if they'd like to come back and stay, I mean, they have to drive back to Harrisburg. If they want to come back, they can and wait for the, there was no intention to have them stay for the audience of citizens.
He's got it in writing.
This is hard. And this is what's going to happen from
Mr. Allen, would you continue with your report, please?
The bid price for general construction, HVAC, plumbing and drainage, electrical, and the sprinkler system totals are $10,961,300. Our original budget, which was established 4 years ago, was $14 million, exclusive of architectural fees, permits, and engineering services. When you factor the site work, pre-purchase of certain equipment, asbestos abatement, movable equipment purchases, and other work that will require expenditures from the contingencies fund, the total project will remain within the established budget. On this evening's agenda, there is a bid award recommendation based upon the bid tabulation and bid award summary. And I would just like to emphasize something. I did get a copy of the drawings. I went through them, and I had never seen such detailed, specific drawings, specifications. There's nothing left to the imagination in these drawings, and I know we waited a while, but the man did an excellent, excellent job. He ought to be, I want to comment publicly what a nice job he did on the drawings. And that's the kind of stuff that saves us money, because people know what to do. There's no doubt, there's no fudge factor, and we get the job done correctly.
Is this
Thank you.
Bill? I apologize, I saw our bond council leaving, and I knew that we had made some promises for them. And, my question.
End of report.
My question regarding yours, Bill, the drawings, when will they be available for board members to review? Are they with Art? Do we have multiple
We have
copies,
them.
Art, or just one?
As many copies as you need.
Okay, now this is
Say
for the full
dollars.
project at Penn
This
Dale?
is
Everything.
the full project. There's some, to
20
give you an
pounds.
idea, as Bill alluded to the number of drawings and types of specifications, we built Bridle Path and Walton Farm based on about 20 drawings. We have some 300 architectural and engineering drawings for the renovation of Penndale. You're welcome to have a set. Bring your wagon or cart or wheelbarrow.
Bring a
I'm gonna
friend.
go back to the one point that I was at, I guess a year ago, and I was told it wasn't the time yet to speak on it, that we would be coming forward with specs. Now we're out to bid. Is
No,
there?
we've received bids.
We got bids.
Okay, well, we've received the bids now, so it never really came back to us again. Have we installed air conditioning throughout the building in this $15 million project?
We have done this. We bid, and you accepted an alternate because I recommended it. We pre-purchased our air handling equipment. In the air handling equipment, we have the coil, the cooling coil. And it's a case of then going back at a later date and putting a total cooling system in. It will not be an air-conditioned building. The office area will be air-conditioned, the health suite will be air-conditioned, the auditorium will be air-conditioned, The library will be air-conditioned.
I'll maintain my complaint that I believe when you're doing the mechanicals and we're going full route with these vents and such a major renovation plan, I think in today's day and age, I think a $14–15 million project should have the basic inclusion of air conditioning throughout that building. And we would have another size building that's suitable for summer use than what we have at this time.
Well, we know now that the most affordable air conditioning we have is in our modular classrooms, and we run our summer school program at Pembroke in the modulars because they have independent electric service. And we've talked many times as a board and many times with my liaison people about the cost we face for air conditioning total buildings. As far as the electrical cost, and I think we have a better comparison in most districts in light of the fact that we're totally air conditioned at Nash, and we're not air conditioned at Gwyn Nor, and that's the exact same building, and it's some $40,000 a year to air condition Nash.
That's electric bills if you decide to turn it on, but I mean, how much more
I'm
would it have
saying
cost
to
to
you,
the
we
total
are
project
putting the
to
coils
install?
in.
We're ready.
We're ready to air condition the building. The coils are going in each classroom and each space. There's a hot water coil and a chilled water coil. But we have not opted to supply through a chiller or an ice storage system the necessary chilled water, if you will, to cool the building.
So
I
we would
did-
need just that additional equipment.
We need that additional equipment to do it.
Which doesn't tear up the building when you do it.
Art, will we be getting another video presentation, a before and after of Penndale?
Well, we have over, the architect took over 1,000 photographs before. And
It would be nice to
certainly-
see our before and after. That was an excellent presentation, and I
We
think,
have those photographs, and we can certainly do that as well.
well, the video was really good, and since we have our students here, they can certainly do some work, a little bit more interesting.
Any other questions of Mr. Allen? Okay, we'll move on to Community Services and Policy. Carmen?
No report.
Elementary Ed, Mr. Clemens?
No report.
Secondary Ed, Mr. Reckcamp?
No report.
Special Ed and Student Services, Ms. Perkowski?
No report.
Support Services, Mrs. Mengel?
No report.
Finance, Mrs. Shear?
Public financial management report and their follow-up questions.
Okay.
Shall we now?
No, we'll do that during the audience of citizens. Mr. Whites, Personnel?
Mr. Bowman, just a point of clarification. Am I only presenting a report, or is this the point at which we are voting on these recommendations? I can see it elsewhere on the agenda.
What we can do is have you make the motions, and we can table them and vote on them prior to the superintendent's report.
Okay. This evening, we're going to see two recommendations for the approval of Dr. Edward Bose as superintendent effective August 1st, 1995 to a 4-year term. There will also be a second recommendation for the approval of an employment contract between Dr. Edward Bose and the Board of School Directors of the North Penn School District. I hear a recommendation for the approval of Dr. Edward Bose as superintendent.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions?
No, I thought you wondered who did it.
Is there someone willing to table this, and then we'll vote on it during the,
Move to table.
prior, or after the audience of citizens, prior to the superintendent's report?
All right?
Motion
I
to
also-
table.
Is there a second on the table?
Second.
Second by Leahy. Okay.
I also recommend the approval of an employment contract between Dr. Edward Bose and the Board of School Directors of the North Penn School District. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Allen, second by Shear. Is there a move to table?
Move to table?
Mrs. Perkowski is a second.
Second.
Okay, we'll table that until prior to the superintendent's report. Anything else?
That's the conclusion of my
Mr. White?
report.
Thank you very much. Legislative, Mrs. Leahy?
Yes, Mr. Bowman. We had our state legislation breakfast from Montgomery County, which is held at the William Penn Inn. And with it, we had several of our state legislators, several of our senators, Senator Tillman and Senator Thompson, and several of our representatives, Representative Gladdick and a few other ones. On that, the discussion was 3 important issues. The first one was the Education Opportunity Grant, i.e. the voucher. The second was funded mandates, and the third was the early intervention and what the state wants to do with it. The proposal for the voucher system is not a bill yet, so that it is basically just an informational, and it covers a full gambit of public schools, private schools, moving from one public school to another public school, and it's also with an economic level on that, with low-income families being the recipients in the first year. That will be going through the House and the Senate, and we should be getting a better information on that soon. The most important part is the early intervention. For all those who are very interested in the expenses that are incurred by the school district, I would like to urge you to contact your legislators and under no circumstances allow them to put the burden of the early intervention on the school districts. The superintendent from Hatboro Horsham did a presentation on it. He brought in a roll of brown paper, and it was 19 feet long, that had all the forms that are necessary to be filled out in order to handle the early intervention. We could take stock in paper and make some heavy-duty money on this. It is a burden. It is being done extremely well by the IUs. Please call your legislators. Do not allow them to get away with putting that burden on the school districts. We have calculated that the startup costs for the North Penn School District will be over $1 million, and that is just the startup. The other issue is unfunded mandates, and Senator Tillman has put several proposals together that would relieve us from any new unfunded mandates. So if we can write a letter from the school district congratulating him and urging him to move that forward, it would be helpful for him, because he is under a lot of pressure from other members of the Senate to not do that. So that's the end of my report.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Leahy, any questions?
Mrs. Leahy, are we sending any letters on the?
Yes, we will be sending something to all our local representatives about the early intervention. And I will get with Mr. Weir about sending a letter to Senator Tillman and thanking him for going to bat for us.
I have a question. When they spoke about the voucher system, did they say where the money was coming from?
No. There is, Governor Ridge has put together a proposal, very quick proposal, because he is trying to put it through the system as quickly as possible. Knowing how our government in Pennsylvania works, it's not going to go that fast. But there was no indication as to how it was going to be funded. The other part that that is missing is what kind of mandates they will put on the private schools to make sure that the children who are from poor income families and will be receiving this $1,000 will be admitted into those schools. That is something that has never been addressed, and certainly is something that should be addressed, because currently there is no restriction to any private schools to have them turn away a special education student or a child who may be a problem child, so that the money that is being given as a voucher cannot be used if they're going to be turned away. So there's quite a few gaps in Governor Ridge's proposal.
Okay, thank you, Carmen. Any other questions? Just for board to note from the MCIU, the election of new board members for the IU is out. You should have received your ballots in the mail from the IU. I think there's 7 people running for 5 slots, so please get those in before, I think, the end of May. I think it is.
Yeah, June, but it's mid-June, so it's easier to send it off now.
Did you want our vote?
It's up to you. That's all I have. North Monroe?
No report tonight.
Okay, thank you. Merck Science Partnership, David, anything to report? Thank you. Any other assignments that we need to address on the board?
Only, Mr. Roman, as finance liaison, I'd like to request if we could ask for any questions specifically related to PFM so that we don't detain them
I
throughout.
plan to do that right now.
Okay.
We'll now start on the audience of citizens until we have to change the tapes. I'd ask if anyone has any questions of the bond council specifically, to raise your hand now so I can count how many it's going to be. And so we have 2. So we'll have Mr. Robinson come up first, ask your questions, and then the gentleman in the back. I couldn't see who it was. I just saw a hand.
Thank you. Mr. Bowman, Gary Robinson, Hatfield Township. I'm glad we were able to have these questions asked before PFM left. First of all, I think it's certainly a warning flag when you start hearing the terms creative financing. Let's create unneeded complexity. It's easier to hide things and boost fees. I remember when I was in the aviation field, business consulting, there was creative financing back in the late 70s and 80s. Many small to medium-sized companies, based on creative financing, acquired business aircraft, and within the next few years, because of that financial load, went bankrupt. I think the warning is clear. Mr. Clemens spoke about the public not understanding the bonds. He was very right about that, but I wonder how many of the board or other people also truly understands bonds. Based on tax-exempt bonds, if a bondholder is $50,000 at 5%, he'll earn $2,500 a year in tax-exempt income. If his school taxes are $2,000, in essence, that person doesn't pay any school taxes and makes an additional $500. Bonds do not spread the cost around the community. What they in fact do is shift the burden of taxation from the wealthier to the lower and middle income. I think they're repugnant, and this board needs to get past that point and go to a non-debt service type capital reserve account funding structure. If this school district in fact has, as stated in the 30 June 94 audit, supposed or so-called audit, $45 million in U.S. securities. That's not a true investment, as neither is bonds, because it turns the tax system into a profit-making business for the elite wealth
Mr.
at the
Miller, is there a
expense.
question here for these gentlemen?
Yes, there is. I'm getting to
They're not here to be lectured
it.
about bonds. They're here to answer questions.
Well, it is
Can
about
we
bonds.
Have him direct a question, or save it for the audience of citizens?
Please get to your questions.
$45 million in U.S. securities, in fact, paid out of our U.S. tax dollars, so we're paying to get our own money back. The same happens with bonds. Mr. Kelly has responded that he does not know the answer to the question that I'm about to ask, and perhaps PFN does. What is the source of the Emmaus General Authority money? Is it federal and state taxes? If they're loaning it to the school districts and other municipalities at 2 or 3%, the problem here is, are we paying, in fact, to use our own tax money?
Mr. Willard, do you care to comment on that, please?
Let me just make sure I understand the question. I think the question is, what's the source of the Emmaus loan proceeds?
That's what it sounds like.
The answer to that is that the Emmaus General Authority issued $375 million of bonds in March of 1989.
Where was that original? Where did that?
Let him continue, Mr. Robinson.
They were issued on March 16th of 1989. They issued $375 million of tax-exempt bonds. The proceeds come from individual investors, institutional insurance companies, whoever would be interested in purchasing tax-exempt bonds. Bought $375 million in March of 1989. It is a 35-year bond issue. They are weekly rate bonds. Their rates change once a week, and investors have the ability to put the bonds back at any time they wish to cash them in, at which time they're remarketed by Goldman Sachs, so the bonds stay outstanding for those 35 years, and the school district then borrows from that pool of money which the Emmaus General Authority has. So to answer the question, they're originally funded just as the North Penn School District sells tax-exempt bonds. The Emmaus General Authority has sold tax-exempt bonds.
And to take that one step further, then, all the expenses and things that come from the Emmaus Fund are strictly related to that fund and the people that, the bond issue from that?
The
changing rates and
the
gold.
cost and expenses of issuing the 89 bonds were borne by the Emmaus Authority. Most of the expenses for each of the loans that the school district has taken out have been paid for by the Emmaus Authority. In fact, the last loan, I know we received some sort of an upfront subsidy. I'll say it was $100,000 or so at the time of settlement.
Okay, thank you. There was someone else in the back that had a question in the Emmaus Fund. Okay, there, I saw you over there. I didn't see you.
Trying to save time.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Doug Bills from Lansdale. I think everybody squirmed a little bit when we heard the number of 74 million to 77 million in debt thrown out there. And it is a staggering number. However, I also believe that everything's relative, or most things are relative, and that when we talk about an amount of 74 to 77 million dollars, we should keep it in perspective. I'm wondering, I think it's difficult for any of the individual homeowners in North Penn to even conceive of that kind of debt. But I would like to ask the folks who are kind enough to come back from Public Financial Management if they or any member of the board can share with me how this 74 to 77 million in debt compares as a percentage to the assets and to the assessed value of this district. In other words, I think it would be helpful to compare this percentage of debt to that of, say, for example, the average homeowner's debt or in North Penn, or the debt of any other local school district. And I'm curious as to the 74 million, what percentage of our assessed value is that? And is that in line with norms?
Can I ask Dr. Person a question to help answer that? Okay.
Well, with respect to percentages to assessed value or per capita, I really don't know those numbers off the top of my head. They are prepared and are calculated each time we do a bond issue. It's typically on table 13 or table 14 in the official statement each time, so it's available. I just don't know off, like I said, off the top of my head. I would say that those are numbers that are carefully scrutinized by the two rating services. I do know your rating is a AA from Moody's and a AA minus from Standard & Poor's. The last time I checked, there was only 14 of the 501 school districts that were AA or better. So with respect to how you compare to the other school districts in Pennsylvania, from a credit rating perspective, you are one of the top 14 out of the 501. So I would say that you stack up pretty well relative to the other school districts.
I mean, I can add a little to that. I know the $77 million in debt, our total assessed value is $291 million, so it's approximately 23 to 24% of our total assessed value. If it's any help to the audience, I know with the latest Montgomery County rankings that came out, we're fifth out of the 21 school districts in Montgomery County with debt service as a percentage of our budget. So there are 4 districts whose debt service is higher than ours as a percentage, not just in total, as a percentage of their budget.
Thank you. We need to change the tape, so we'll take a 1-minute in-place break. No one's leaving, no one's moving. It just doesn't take them long.
Excuse me, but
We'll get through the audience of citizens, so that Public Financial Management and our bond counsel can leave, and then we will continue on with the audience of citizens. They'll have it done here in about 30 seconds. Got it? Okay.
Central control.
Just a quick question. The Emmaus Fund pays interest payments to the people who bought bonds. What is the source of the monies that are paid out to the bond holders? Is it Pennsylvania income tax or sales tax, or I don't know, what is it?
Okay.
It's a source of.
I think that's pretty straightforward.
The source of repayment for someone who owns an Emmaus General Authority bond is the loan payment from the North Penn School District. It's passed. You make the payment to the bank makes the payment then to the bondholders who own an Emmaus General Authority bond. No one in the borough of Emmaus is making those loan payments In the past, in this example, it's been North Penn School District who makes those payments.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, any other questions of the bond? One more.
Todd Fisher, Lansdale. I was curious as to whether we know what the average maturity of these bonds are. Is there a weighted average maturity of our debt? We said that the number is 74 million. We haven't talked about when it's due. On average, normally we're in bond terminology, a weighted average maturity, meaning that with some of the bonds are due this year, some be due in 2 years, some are due in 20 years. Do we know what an average is?
About year 2005?
Again, that's a number that's listed in this table 13 in the official statements. I mean, it's in there. I don't know it off the top of my head. I would guess that based on the fact that, to my recollection, none of the bonds has been longer than 20 years. There is a state law requirement that the debt cannot be amortized longer than the useful life of the asset, and I think our direction has always been to keep it at 20 years or less. Based on a couple of those assumptions, I would assume that the average life of the debt is something between 10 and 14 years would be my guess.
Well, if he's talking time, are you talking years of maturity? The year, the calendar year of maturity?
Well,
on these?
Some of the 74 is going to mature sooner than the rest of it.
Right.
And basically what I'm trying to do is come up with an average of when it's due.
Well, these are all Series 1990 bonds. All of these bonds, the active bonds, have all been taken out.
Everything that's outstanding, the 74 is all from 1990.
Have all been taken out since 1990. The date spans from year 1997. That's the one we just finished up with, though, isn't it, Dennis?
Yes, Mrs. Shara.
Okay, that's the repayment, is it not? The Series A in 1992, or is that one that's the $2 million bond that's due to be repaid?
No, part of that's the $2 million bond.
Okay, through to the year 2011.
Right.
I would say probably if you're looking for a medium there, it would probably be somewhere around the year 2008, as far as...
Well, our debt service remains pretty steady through the year 2005 at like $7.6, $7.7 million.
Without any
So
future
that's,
borrowing.
it stays pretty steady. That's the way PFM's arranged that for us, so it doesn't have too dramatic effect on the millage.
Do we have more or less debt today than we had 5 or 6 years ago? And to what extent?
Well, we obviously have more debt. We've just built, since I've been here with North Penn, we've opened Gwinnett Square and built 2 elementary schools, so I'm sure our debt, I don't know right off the top of my head, but those 3 buildings alone cost us probably $27 million.
And one final question. I was wanted to make myself rest a little bit easier. When we started talking about arbitrage, the first thing that came to mind was Orange County and the problem where they were, to make it simple, placing bets on interest rates, borrowing money, probably using the assets that they had as collateral so that they could borrow 5 or 10 times more than what they actually had, and then invest long-term with this money, and then once rates went the other way, found themselves that they needed to declare bankruptcy. I just want somebody to tell me that we're not playing this arbitrage game and making interest rate bets, which none of us are probably qualified to do.
I would say, Mr. Fisher, according to state law, we can't speculate. In order for us to issue bonds, we have to have a specific project that the state approves of. We don't borrow money just to speculate what the interest rates are. There's a specific project that it's spent on.
Plus, Dennis, there's a limit on how much you can borrow from the Emmaus Fund also.
Or any other fund.
Or any other
Or
fund.
any other fund. Well, the Emmaus Fund was the one that we were talking about borrowing because you can get it at a very low rate because of the conglomeration, and then making some money in the meantime until we needed to pay that out for expenditures, capital expenditures. So that was the only arbitrage that we were talking about. And there is a limit to how much you can take from that fund.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Pizzuto?
John Basidu, Tumlinson Township. What is the shortest amount of time that can be used for borrowing a bond?
You can set the bond for 1 day.
You can.
Very prudent.
That would be interesting.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, thank you, gentlemen, once again for coming and for coming back. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll continue with the audience and citizens.
I couldn't wait.
So citizens, anyone wishing to speak to the board? Okay, Mr. Bailey. The clock is on.
Thank you, Charles Bailey from Upper Gwinnett. My subject is the earned income tax. In my perception, the main issue for the North Bend School District's budget is not how to increase tax revenues, but how to cut the 1996 expenditures by enough to avoid any increase in taxes or loans. The presentation of this district's budget has taken advantage of the fact that that different people pay taxes on earned income versus real estate. These two taxes affect different people. Those who propose a budget describe it as a steer and then frame the question as, how do we raise the extra money? By increasing millage or by making a small one-year reduction in millage and adding a big permanent and automatically increasing tax on earned income. In so doing, they've diverted the taxpayers' attention to who will pay, me or thee, and everyone wants thee. The property owners with fixed incomes will clamor for an income tax, and those with high incomes will clamor for a property tax. And our politicians will, of course, compromise. Now, this probably means a 0.5% tax on earned income instead of 1%, and no increase in millage instead of a decline in millage. By so doing, the school administration will have increased expenditures and created a second way to tax us. Now, fairness has nothing to do with this second tax. The administration's reason for wanting two ways to tax us is simply to raise more money now and in the future. One advocate of the tax on earned income described it as a Robin Hood tax. I think that person doesn't understand Robin Hood. Robin Hood was made homeless by his local government, who confiscated his father's home and land for taxes and then evicted them. To survive, Robin became an armed robber. With clear conscience, he used the threat of deadly force to rob the politically powerful classes who enriched themselves through taxes and evicted Robin from his home. His exploits were admired throughout England because he exacted poetic justice. Actually, the school board is more like the Sheriff of Nottingham than Robin Hood. The earned income tax will take more money from taxpayers and give it to teachers and administrators, the average wage of teachers and administrators now exceeds $50,000 per year. This is higher than most wage earners in the district. Now, how would Robin Hood view this proposed new tax? Would he favor or fight it? And what would Robin Hood think of paying our superintendent?
Mr. Bailey, that's your 3 minutes. Thank you.
I think it's ironic that the administration's new tax is much like the one that dispossessed Robin Hood, and I think you need to ask your administration to propose a budget that has cuts expenditures to the point where you have no increase in taxes or loans, and then consider that budget proposal very seriously. I think that's your obligation.
Sir?
I don't think I can be that eloquent. My name is Bruce Carnival, and I'm from Lansdale. I'm fairly new to the school district. I just bought a home here last year. I certainly didn't buy a home in North Penn expecting my taxes to go up. I certainly understand that the cost of living goes up, and we have to understand that things will go up. But looking at this budget here, just doing some quick calculations, it seems to me that the focus of the discussions tonight with the people from PFM were looking at the 80-20. We were really looking at the 20. It seems to me that we need to focus on the expenses, because I look here at an increase. The budget for 94-95 was 91,662,000, and the budget for the proposed budget for 95-96 is 103,400,000. I'm wondering if you could enlighten me why a 13% increase. And
Mr. Carnival, if you had been here at the budget hearings, we went over, there was a $2.9 million retirement fund. The state has changed the way the accounting is handled for that, so there's almost $3 million right there that there's revenue coming in for plus the expense. There's also money put aside in the fund balance, which is increased expenditures for the settlement of the teacher's contract, and that's approximately another $3 million. So it's a little deceiving. It looks like it went up 13%. It really only went up 5%.
okay, can I expect to see 5% increases per year from here on out?
Well, it depends on the number of students who are moving in. I mean, unfortunately, we have no control over the number of students. I try to handle our expenditures in a business-like manner, but unfortunately, in a business, you can control some things. We really have no control. As you say, you're a recent moved here, and there's a number of families like yourself moving here with students. We really have no control over who's buying. So, I mean, we may be faced with an additional 400 students next year, where in a business maybe you can cut back. Unfortunately, we can't do that.
Okay. And I see that this category 900, other financing.
Yes.
Does that include the interest costs that we were talking about tonight for the bond issues?
Yes, it does. That's
Okay.
in there also.
So that 4% is those bond issue interest expenses
The
plus
debt service
all the
on
other
this.
debt services?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And if I can help you, just give me a call in the office at any time.
Thank you.
Any other? Ms. Taylor?
I am Bill Taylor. I've been renting the top half of a Lansdale duplex for 15 years. I love this country and the currency for which it stands. So far, the relationship has been platonic. My observations may differ from those familiar with higher denominations. Unless my wife has been keeping a secret, in 4 years or less, I will not have the right to speak here as a parent of one of our students. Not expecting to own real property in the district, if an EIT is not enacted by 1999, I will then have none of the warm and compelling interest in this board's business that one's own child and one's own bills evoke. Then, as now, I hope you represent our best interests, whether or not they coincide with our more passionate desires. Then also, I will walk these sidewalks and drive these streets, hoping to live to die of old age. Now, I do not remember who first said or wrote of those who know the price of everything and the value of nothing. But to cut this argument to the quick, just as the old general education programs aren't good enough today, so, and so much more so, what worked for us and our parents is not good enough today. Whatever virtues we had, we did not have the temptations and frustrations that our children have today. I suggest it is more economical to spend well on education than anything else we can spend on in hope of securing our own maturity. For one, I want the board to certify to me that each of our teachers is worth $1 million, no matter what they're being paid. After all, what pay can you claim but a good conscience?
Good evening. Dr. Robert Kuhn from Montgomery Township. I'm also Vice Chairman of the Montgomery Township Board of Supervisors. This evening when I came home and read the newspaper, the article on 0.5% tax-eyed, I was shocked when I read paragraph 4. I quote, "The school district has been pressured by its member municipalities which sent a joint letter urging the board to enact the 0.5% tax rather than a full percent," Pershing said. End of quote. Nothing could be further from the truth. When we found that this board was getting prepared to discuss an earned income tax, Montgomery Township last year and this year went on the record as opposed to any earned income tax. We sent a resolution to the board stating that if they enacted an earned income tax, we would be forced to enact an earned income tax. More recently, Montgomery Township sent a letter to the other municipalities and to the school board suggesting that if they do enact an earned income tax, or if they enact an earned income tax, that they can, under the local enabling laws, limit themselves to an intermunicipal agreement to 0.5%. That would allow the municipalities to enact no earned income tax or any earned income tax up to 0.5% to meet their own needs. To state that there was a joint letter from the municipalities pressuring the school district is a misrepresentation of the letters that was sent to the school board, and I think it was purposely done, purposely misrepresented to give the public the impression that it is the municipalities that are at fault here and the ones that are trying to push the tax. That is not so. The other municipalities' elected officials can talk for themselves. I will say it clearly. The Montgomery Township Board of Supervisors are unanimously opposed to any earned income tax whatsoever.
Good evening, my name's Ellen Janke, I'm from the Borough of Lansdale. My question is, we want to cut a budget. We're a service organization, 75% of our budget goes for salaries and benefits. This has been said over and over again. So with 25% of our budget, what are you going to cut? That's my question. The only thing you can cut, you're going to take it from the children. I don't care what you say, I don't care what you do. If you don't settle this contract, eventually you're not going to cut the teachers' salaries. What are you going to cut? Are you going to increase class sizes? Are you going to cut programs? I just don't understand the issue here. For 25% of a budget, it's not going to make a real big difference. Something has to give here. And the only thing I can see you affecting change in is the education of our children. You cannot affect, yes, please, I'm speaking. You cannot affect the salaries that you are paying at this time. The children are coming, the classes are going to get bigger. You don't want to build a school, you don't want to make room for these children, so what are you going to do for them? Don't want to raise taxes, I know all this. The children are coming, they're here. I would like to see an agenda as to what is going to happen to the children in this school district as we continue to grow at the rate we're growing. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chuck Hammond. I'm from Montgomery Township. I'd like to welcome all the board members here this evening. It's kind of ironic. I follow behind Ms. Janke, who was quoted in the newspaper about people buying an election. But I think my comment goes to saying perhaps maybe we should listen to the electorate that voted on Tuesday of how I perceive their feelings as far as earned income tax and many of the other issues that are before this board right now. One of the concerns I have, and we talked about salaries that you just mentioned, I happen to pay $150 deductible on my medical insurance every year. I also pay $40-some-odd, $49 to be exact, out of every payday every 2 weeks for my medical coverage. And as we know, most of the school teachers don't pay anywhere near that kind of thing. Maybe that would be a way to reduce some of the budget information. I am thoroughly against and completely against the earned income tax. That will be a tremendous unfair burden on all the renters in the district who already are paying too much money, who cannot afford to own property. I cannot see this being as an additional tax on me. I'll pay you a property tax that's an awful lot smaller amount for me. There's an awful lot of single parents out there that are trying to own a home and bring up children and cannot do it with an additional earned income tax. It just will not work. They cannot afford this earned income tax. Thank you.
My name is Jeff Allison from Lansdale. Over the past few weeks, Ralph Redcamp has made some good points that I can agree with. The first point is that the school district budget is a very complex document. Unlike Mr. Redcamp, I don't feel that you need to be a CPA to understand the budget, but with the benefit of the budget meetings, I was able to understand the origin and need of the items, as well as have the opportunity to ask questions. This benefit was not shared by Mrs. Leahy, so I question her ability to make an informed decision. With her out of the area so often and away from her constituents, I also question her ability to serve the community at the level necessary to bring us back together. With these thoughts in mind, I feel that Mrs. Leahy should not vote tonight and should tender her resignation from the board. The second point, which Mr. Redcamp made during his campaign, is that there has been a mood of disrespect present at the board meetings. With this statement, I fully agree. It is apparent to me that the source of this disrespect is the board president, Mr. Bowman. Meeting after meeting, I hear his condescending comments towards people during the audience of citizens. It would not be so bad if this was limited to just his interfacing with the public. I've witnessed his disrespect and his degradation of his fellow board members. If we're going to bring this community back to a proper level of decency, with people being able to work together, we need our board leadership to show us the way. I feel that Mr. Bowman has not demonstrated the ability to perform this task, and therefore I must call for him to step down from his board presidency. In his place, I would recommend Mr. Bill Allen, and I do this for two reasons. First, I feel Mr. Allen has the personality and leadership skills required for the job. Even though we do not agree on the contentious issues that have come before the board in the recent past, I've always felt that Mr. Allen wanted to hear other people's opinions and ideas, and he has always treated people with respect. Secondly, I do not want anyone to make my motives seem political. We've had enough of misguided people trying to label the motives of others. I hope with these changes to the structure of the board, we can begin the healing process and begin to make headway in solving the many problems facing the district. Mostly, I hope Mrs. Leahy and Mr. Bowman truly have the best interests of the district in mind and will allow others to do the work necessary to move the district forward.
Red hand there in the back of June, I think it is. Red sweater. Walter, I called for June. Hello?
I didn't hear you,
I said
Mr.
June.
Arrogant.
Easy talk.
I have 4 other items to discuss, so I'll be very brief, but I was at the Tomenson meeting last month.
June, would you state your name, please?
June Yolkowski, Tomenson Township. I was at the Tomenson meeting last month where the earned income tax was discussed, and the Tomenson supervisors also are opposed to it. Last year, I found out at the September meeting, when I just happened to pick up some literature on the table in the reception area, that free ads for the before and after school daycare program were both in our back-to-school newsletter to parents and in our school calendar. And the calendar also listed information as far as the phone numbers and things like that. I definitely regard these as free ads for a for-profit business being run on school property. And if this is done again this year, I will file a complaint with the State Department of Education, the State Attorney General, and the Montgomery County District Attorney's Office for misuse of public funds. I'm putting the board and the administration on notice that if this occurs again, I will take this action. I'm also concerned that once again, the summer library program, which is being billed this year at $4,200 out of a $103 million budget, is again being operated in only 4 schools. I think considering the kinds of things that we have spent money on over the past several years, bonuses for administrators, this lavish building here, and many, many other lavish and outlandish expenditures that we should be able to come up with another $4,200 to open at least 4 more schools. We have remedial reading programs. I recall a few years back, in 1 year alone, we spent over $30,000 for supplemental reading books, and yet something that is so important and so vital to children and so helpful in helping them to learn to read better and indeed to better their education completely, we can't come up with $4,200 for it, and I find that outrageous. I'd also like to ask the board if a determination has been made if Penndale is going to remain for 1 more year as 9th grade only, or if we're going to fill this building finally.
Art?
It's a 9th grade center. That decision was made by the board a number of months ago.
So in other words, we built 2 new schools or at least 1 new school, elementary school, to have room here to alleviate crowding in the other 2 middle schools, and yet we're just wasting this building. Finally, I would like to ask if the Tom Whalen Jr. Being hired for support staff is our ex-board member.
Yes.
That is correct.
I see. Well, I guess then it pays to have served on this board, since he's going to be making $15 an hour.
Thank you, Jude. Any other questions? Now, Walter, can you hear me?
Yeah, my turn to bat,
Walter Kuzma, Tolmanson Township. I'd like to ask the board what the total electrical cost for all of your schools is per year.
Mr. Wood can address that.
It's in the budget book. It's projected for next year, Mr. Kuzma, is $1,709,577.
Lansdale has its own generating. They buy electricity from PP&L.
That is correct.
Do we have to get electricity from PECO, which is the most inhumane electrical company in Pennsylvania?
At the current time, we do, but there is, as you probably know, some discussion and some movement toward deregulation. If deregulation would occur and it would be feasible, we would prefer to be on PP&L's rate in the areas where we could be. We do have some buildings on PP&L, and in the borough of Lansdale and wherever we could extend Lansdale's service, we would prefer to go with Lansdale's service.
If you go with Lansdale service, how about if you built your own small generating plant?
We at one time checked at the high school because of the electric bills that currently exist about cogeneration, and it was not feasible. The engineering study, initial study, did not indicate that it would be feasible to do that for that building.
Now, the reason I'm asking this is because there's a lot of talk about the Leeds Northrop building. Leeds Northrop is empty now because it's electrically heated. They cannot pay their electric bill. It's too high. Now, I think this district ought to look into something and get something established, even if it has to be to go on record if they deregulation and go with PP&L, which is much, much, much cheaper.
We would certainly do that. We have the unique comparison between Pembroke and Penfield. I've discussed that with the board many times. It's an identical building, one serviced by PP&L, one serviced by PECO, and there is a marked difference in the electrical cost. Mr. Kelly, what is that?
$23,000.
$23,000 less with PP&L at Penfield than it is at Pembroke.
Well, I think the school board, the new school board that's coming, should look into something where they're gonna get their electricity cheaper, because it's obscene how much you have to pay to PECO.
We are constantly reducing our costs by many different energy-saving devices. In all of our buildings now, we're in the process of inserting a new exit sign light that takes us from 40-watt usage to the 1.75 watt usage, so we're always upgrading and trying to save
But at the same time, you're planning on putting air conditioning in, so that's gonna drive you right back up over.
If you listen clearly tonight, we're not putting air conditioning in, we're putting the capability at a later date of air conditioning Pendale, which is the prudent thing to do at the time of construction, but we are not going to air condition it up front.
Well, that's not what we understood back there, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank
And
you.
as far as Jeff, I agree with him. I think Carmen Leahy and Dick Bowman ought to step down. Thank you.
Thanks, Walter. Hand in the back there? No. It's on everything. This is the ones alone.
Guess who, Dick?
Hi, Adrian.
Hi.
Name?
Oh, Adrian Handerhan, North Wales, Pennsylvania, 19454. I would like to follow June Olkowski's remark, and I'm asking it now instead of June, that she thought it was, I don't know whether she said a disgrace or not about the libraries. I think it's chintzy. Just can never, I can't understand and never been able to understand why the reluctance to open these libraries. $4,200, you should be ashamed to put that on the agenda, all of you that are responsible for voting here. Sit here and you, even tonight, you can look through the people that are with us reading, and you have at your fingertips millions of dollars in books. And you have chosen that you don't want to spend more than $4,000. And the other thing that has annoyed the devil out of me for years is that all of these people who come out and want this and want that for the school district, not one of them, to my knowledge, has stood up and supported my thinking on this library. I don't know what they're after, but they can't be that interested in their children's education. And I see absolutely no reason why at least 4 more libraries can be open. You've got Bridle Path, you've got some others that are out where there is not easy access to a library. And I think as the administrators and as elected officials in charge of the administrators, it goes beyond disgusting. It's chintzy. And I would very much like to see in a $110 million budget another 4,000, maybe even 5. And if you can't do that for the children to read, you ought to hang up your shingles, all of you. The other thing I'd like to ask about is I want to know when, if ever, there's going to be a director of secondary and elementary education selected as administrators in this school district. The man who held the position of superintendent prior to now had told me back, I think it was 6 months back in June or July almost of last year, that he would take care of that within the next 60 days. Well, he has flown the coop, or gone, and, excuse me, he has gone, and there has been absolutely nothing done. The second high school, as of now, is online, and there's no director of secondary ed. The courses are supposed to be cut. There's no director of secondary ed. And Charlie Keffer, I don't know. I know he's still in the district, and he's on medical leave. And I would like to know when these 2 positions are going to be filled with recommendations from the administration.
Perhaps Mr. Schmidt could answer your questions. We do have Dr. Fike, you're aware.
Pardon, I can't.
We do have Dr. Fike as the acting director of secondary ed.
Oh.
Who's not with us tonight.
Oh, he's not with you this
Yeah.
evening? That's right.
We missed a few meetings.
Adrian, we've conducted a search for the director of secondary ed. We have not done anything for the director of elementary ed because Mr. Keffer is still a person in good standing. The director of secondary ed position has been put on hold until such time as the Superintendent search has been concluded, and perhaps a reorganization occurs after that.
That was my next question was, are we going to combine these two and maybe make an assistant superintendent? It's about time to play yo-yo with that ball again. We do this all the time. Every so many years, we eliminate the positions and we put one person in. Then we get rid of that person, we put the two positions back in. It's about time.
I suppose that's a comment instead of a question.
Yes, in other words, that's a decision I suppose that will be made when the new superintendent arrives. And just
Yes.
one other quick question, that regarding the salary proposal for the new superintendent, Dr. Bose, who has his name has come up. Looking through some old files, it doesn't pay to hang around too long, I guess. This question was raised, I hate to say it, but by me, at a board meeting regarding Dr. Kelly's, they called it an annuity. I want to know when the salary is proposed for the new superintendent, if any annuities or bonuses are going to be included. And if they are, will that be made part of the package that will be available to the public?
Yes, we will, Adrian. We'll discuss that after the audience of citizens.
Right, but and the reason I asked it is because nothing's new under the sun as far as this district's concerned, and I just wanted to know whether it would be an annuity or a bonus, what the range of the bonuses may be, and how often you would plan to rate this new man and give him a bonus.
That's all. That will all be in his contract. Thank you.
Good, and that will be exclusive, or in addition to his salaries. You will list the perks, in other words.
Yes.
If I could be so mundane.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry to have taken
Thank
so
you.
much time with academics.
Who else? Anyone else? Connie?
Connie Spire, Upper Gwinnett. I was wondering, do we have a medical update on Charles Keffer?
No. No, he is out on medical leave, and we have not, other than the doctor's note that indicated he was supposed to be out for an indefinite period of time, we have nothing more than that.
Okay, will there be an update so we can see whether he will be coming back?
That's a decision that will be up to him and his doctor.
Okay. All right, I have a question, I guess, for Mrs. Clark. I'm looking here on page 32 of the budget, preliminary budget, and I'm wondering why we have a cutback at Gifted Elementary from $411,523 to $375,598.
That is based on the people that are there this year versus the people who would be there next year. We've had a couple people who will not be returning next year in that program.
Some of our more senior people, Connie, have left.
They're not going to be replaced?
They will be replaced.
But at a lower salary.
At a lower salary.
Okay.
We've had, I believe, 2.5 people, 2.5 positions.
Okay. I'm a little bit concerned about the direction that this district is going with challenging our students. I've mentioned concerns in the past about the dropping of the 8th grade honors and the ability grouping at the elementary level. Looking through the agenda tonight, I see a number of courses that are going to be talked about as far as dropping. I understand that the student numbers are down, but I also understand that all of our students deserve a free, appropriate public education, and it's very concerning to me when students are in classrooms with others, which I see when we drop the 8th grade honors and we're moving towards a more heterogeneous grouping. We have students that are not being challenged, who are sitting there while other children are learning what they already know. And if we're not going to offer these classes to students who could benefit from them and be challenged by them, then what are we going to be doing with these students? Are we going to offer them something else that will be challenging them?
Connie, I have to ask you that in terms of, are you talking about gifted or are you talking about
No, I'm not
regular?
talking about gifted anymore, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I moved on to the agenda, and I'm looking at the courses that are on the chopping block for tonight. And I guess my concern is, I know we're talking dollars here
What question do you have, Connie?
about the courses that are...
Which courses specifically?
Well, I'm looking at, there's not one, I'm just looking at all of them. And I guess my concern is that if the money is not there for the students, we don't have a teacher's contract, how can we be talking about giving the administration a raise? That, to me, there's something wrong with an educational institution when we have to take from students and simultaneously fatten the administrative pocketbooks.
Thank you, Connie.
Steve Long from Montgomery Township. Real estate taxes are based upon an assessed or a presumed value. The real estate market has been subjected to significant increases and decreases in valuation over the past years. Some properties have become overassessed, others underassessed. Well, many people or many property owners have sought relief on their overtaxation by pursuing a tax assessment appeal. I believe Dr. Persing has indicated that the earned income tax is necessary due to these recent appeals. While any property owner has the ability to appeal their taxes if overassessed, it is only the school board has the authority to challenge taxes if the property is underassessed. I came before the school board some time ago and addressed the inequities of the tax assessments. I informed the school board of a computer program that I utilize to calculate overassessments and underassessments. The program is in use at various municipal agencies, including the Montgomery County Board of Assessment Appeals. Here's a perfect opportunity for the school board to obtain tens of thousands of dollars in additional tax revenue, but to the best of my knowledge, the school board has not acted upon this information. Using this program, about a half hour before the meeting tonight, I searched on some properties that in the school district that sold within the past year. Here's a property that just went to settlement. They paid $874,000 for the property. They're paying on a $648,000 value. Another one was just purchased for $522,000, but they're only paying taxes on $344,000. These are on properties that have just gone to settlement within the past few months, and it's obviously just an example. I question the need to impose a tax across our community when the existing taxes are not being collected properly. How can anyone suggest the implementation of an earned income tax when you have failed to investigate the appropriate actions which would generate additional tax revenues? Montgomery County is in the midst of a countywide reassessment. The process would realign the significant changes in assessment values. The expense of this program won't cost the school district a penny, yet we stand to benefit from its outcome when the assessed values are readjusted and put back on a level playing field again. The countywide reassessment process is a revenue-neutral program, meaning no new taxes will be implemented. It won't raise anybody's taxes unless they're not paying their fair share, and it will lower their taxes if they're paying too much. Unearned income tax is a new tax. North Penn is losing tax revenue to assessment appeals. However, the majority of these losses are attributable to commercial and/or industrial properties. By imposing an earned income tax, you will be rewarding the very same commercial and industrial tax base, all at the expense of a local working man. If anybody would like to look at some of these printouts that I have afterwards, I'm more than happy to show them and explain the program to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Rosalie Elias, Montgomery Township. I would like to go on record this evening to express my personal sadness at finding the board going to decide this evening to drop specifically AP Biology and AP Chemistry. It seems to me that what will be happening is that the most capable science students in this district will not be receiving an appropriately challenging courses next year, and I find this extremely sad. I recognize that it is a cost-cutting decision. I know the numbers are small, but having a science background myself, I just find this really sad because I find that the science programs and the math programs in this district are excellent. And I just wanted to express that this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elias. Gary?
Gary Robinson, Hatfield Township. Mrs. Mengel has mentioned repeatedly recently about the proposed high school site being almost out of the district. Took a look at it as a result of that, and it is only approximately 1,500 feet from the Bucks County borderline and about 1,500 feet from the Horsham Township. It does not seem to be the most suitable place for a second high school. According to some of the school records I have obtained, in August of '91, the school board appoints Dagger and Dagger Realtors to select a site for a high school. November of '91, the school board appoints a task force to study the second high school issue. November '92, the task force presents its report. And in June of '93, at a school board meeting, Dagger and Dagger presents a property list of the sites that had been reviewed. Seems Dagger and Dagger had been directed to only look at the southeast quadrant of the entire school district. Is that a code word for Montgomery Township? Why was this not made privy to the task force? And at the same time, in this Dagger and Dagger report, it lists for the properties reviewed cause for rejection, such as wetlands, unusable acreage, power lines, cost due to location, and best land use. These same conditions also existed on the whole tract, but the report did not list any of these rejecting conditions. It seems like there really was a sweetheart deal. On to the divisive nature that has existed in this community recently about the school system. It seems that it has heated up substantially since Dr. Persing was brought in as a part-timer for 6 months at $70,000. Would be equivalent to $140,000 a year, substantially more than the governor of the state makes. I think it's time, if this board has any concern for educating the children and for the 2/3 of the community that make less than the teachers and the administrators, it's time we scale back the budget to last year's or the year before. If the teachers really care, they're going to take a cut, and so will the administrators. My God, they're in the top 1/3 of the income. How dare you use your power of government to say that, just like the Sheriff of Nottingham has been referred to earlier, you give us what we want or else. That's a disgrace, and I think it's repugnant to the community and to the children.
Todd Fisher, Lansdale. I rise tonight in opposition to the earned income tax. I probably should have dusted off my notes from last year. We went through the same discussion last year about an earned income tax. Thankfully, it didn't go to a vote last year, and I hope it'll meet with the same fate this year. We're talking about an earned income tax, and part of the reason why we say it's necessary is because of the reassessment of some of the larger companies creating a significant impact on this prior budget. And now we're contemplating enacting a tax on earned income so that I'm going to pay more, and the Mercs of this world and of the community who filed their assessments last year or the year before and have seen the reduction in their bills, are not going to be passed along another dollar. One thing, I looked at my income tax returns from 1989 through 1994, and I've lived in the same property throughout that entire period. 1989, I paid $1,024 in real estate taxes. My 1994 bill was $1,642, a 60% increase in 5 years. I wish I could say that my income has increased 60% in the last 5 years. I would venture to say that most of us are probably making as much in real terms, adjusted for inflation, as we were in '88 or in '89. This is ludicrous, and then to even consider increasing my taxes by another 0.5% on my earned income might make me consider moving out of this district. One of the reasons I came here was because I thought the tax structure was fair. Now I'm thinking it might be time to look somewhere else again. No earned income tax. Thank you.
Art Ramsey, North Wales. My question, more or less directed at Mr. Wood here. I know you have option A, B, and C, and I would like to know if you've done anything about these options, and have you considered any more about bringing the VOTEC school down to Leeds and Northrop and Jasmine?
I have not considered moving the VOTEC school because that would not be our decision. The VOTEC school, as you probably know, is controlled by a board made up of board members from Perkiomen Valley, Methacton, Souderton, Wissahickon, and North Penn. So that move would take 5 school districts to make that decision. We have continued, as I shared with you at the last meeting, we have continued to talk with the people from Leeds. We have continued to investigate that property, and that investigation continues as we meet tonight.
Still going on, is it?
Yes,
All
it
right.
is.
Good. So we can hear from you later, or what?
Well, we will hear from the board if we bring a recommendation to the board.
Good. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Ramsey. Hand in the back there.
Chuck Neidhart, Towmenson Township, president of the North Penn 12th Night. Contrary to somebody who spoke a couple of weeks ago, we are not interested in doming the stadium at North Penn High School, but we would like to see some grass on the football field. The field hasn't been watered yet this year. I was out there on the field just last week. There's hardly any grass between the 40-yard lines. During the fall, that field is used an average of 4 nights a week between North Penn's varsity football team, the junior varsity football team, soccer teams, and Lansdale Catholic football team and the band practicing. And all those people have a right to that field. That field gets used an awful lot, and we're not taking care of it. It's very dangerous. It's very hard. It's very much like playing football on an asphalt field. You people are opening yourselves up to a potential lawsuit if there's an injury that occurs as a result of that field not having been taken care of. Please ask your administration to look into this, ask your maintenance people to look into this, and see if you can get some grass on that field before next season and come up with some kind of a maintenance program for that field, because it really is. It's an embarrassment. I don't know what it's going to cost. I can't believe it's going to cost that much out of a $100 million budget. but I'm asking you to please just take care of the grass in the field. We can do without the dome, but just give us some grass in the field. Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. Any other questions from the audience or comments? Hand in the back there.
Don Boring, Lansdale. Besides the meetings I haven't been able to attend, I have been watching them on TV, and I'm glad to see that they are on TV more often than they were when I brought it up at the last meeting. There's some things in this report I saw tonight, roughly, and I would, just out of curiosity, like to see if I can get an answer, if possible. On BA2 in the superintendent's report, D, E, F, H, any of the items that have nothing to do with the summer school program. I notice there's salaries being paid to administrators and supervisors because of the strike. I assume the 8 days is because of the strike.
Yes.
Okay, now keep that in mind as I move on to another, in the back, under item number REV 3595, North Penn School District, toward the end.
What page?
Second page from the back.
What page?
Third page from the back. I don't see a page number. It's item REV 3595. Administrative compensation. Okay, and I also see under there for the principals, supervisor, instructional supervisors, special ed assistant principals, and so forth. Now, my question is this money that is over and above their salary? Are these people, I don't know how they're paid. Are they paid weekly? Are they paid salary? And if so, is this over and above their salary?
Brad or Dr. Persing?
Yeah, these salaries are for administrators who work a 210-day calendar, and because of the strike, their 210 days would end prior to the end of the school year now that the youngsters will be here until the 28th of June. So this is for time that they will serve beyond their 210 days.
Okay, that's what I thought it was, and I have no problem with that. What I would like to recommend, I don't know if legally you can do it, I think someone on this board should be able to find out that since our teachers elected to take a walk in order to get more money, is it possible that this board can see what they can do legally to make the district teachers association pay these people instead of taking it out of this your school budget that you've already proposed? I would like to see if somebody on this board has the intestinal fortitude to see if they can get the legalities to make the teachers pay for these administrators and these teachers who have to stay because they want to sweat 2 extra weeks in June.
I can help you with that. One of the issues that is being looked at right now by the arbitration panel came from our last best offer. Our last best offer included a 181-day calendar for this school year as opposed to 185 days. And the only reason that it's 181 is because the teachers worked an in-service day prior to the beginning of school in September, and the other 180 days is required by school law for students. So that what the district is saying is that they would dock teachers for 4 days. And that's subject to arbitration at this point.
4 days.
4 days. That's $1 million.
I believe it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Boring.
And one other thing I noticed in here, on page BA10, Vandalism and Illegal Entry Report, is there any reason why the junior highs, the middle schools and the senior high is not listed under this report? Or is it two?
We only list the buildings where we have actual vandalism.
There's no actual vandalism at the high school, or?
There's nothing listed this month for the high school. Pembroke, Penfield is listed.
This month only.
Oh, I see, okay, I'm sorry, that's my overlooks in there, okay, I'll just, okay.
Thanks, Mr. Boring. That's your time. Anyone else wishing to speak tonight? Okay, if not, we'll move on to the, we have two motions tabled regarding the superintendent. The first one was appointment of Dr. Bose, the motion by Personnel Liaison, Mr. Whites. Is there any discussion on the first item, which is on your addendum, regarding the appointment of Dr. Bose as the superintendent?
I'd like to
For a four-year term.
if we can, we have two separate motions, but can we have one set of discussions with the agreement that we're going to discuss both motions?
That's fine. That's fine. Take them both together.
I have a question. On the first motion, it has a four-year term in it.
Yeah.
Isn't that contractual, and should that be made part of the second part?
That's for Mr. Potash to rule on.
The term?
It-
Term.
The term of
It
office
has
goes
the
with
term
contract.
in the first
Yeah.
part, and then the contract in the second part, and my question is, isn't the term a part of the contract, and shouldn't it therefore be part of the second part?
It is, because it says, the second resolution resolved, see, there's two separate resolutions that the board has.
And I'm
If
talking
you look
about
at
the
the second
first
one,
part.
it says resolved that the salary terms and conditions of employment in the agreement presented be and are hereby approved in the form presented to this board. That agreement, the form of agreement that you have sets forth the term in that second resolution.
Okay, well, the way this motion reads, in this agenda, BAA1,
Well, they
The recommendation is not the resolution that we're voting on.
Yeah, it should be
There was a
recommended.
terminology, that there was going to be a recommendation, the resolution does not state that.
fine. That's my question.
Yeah, it's just a recommend, it was a recommendation as part of the report, but there is a resolution which states.
The appropriate motion would be,
Excuse me, could we have the audience please keep it down so we can hear up here? Thank
the
you.
appropriate action would be a motion to adopt a resolution,
Right.
which I will read, and then you know what action you were taking. Resolved that in accordance with section 1073 of the Public School Code of 1949 as amended, the Board of School Directors does hereby appoint Dr. Edward Bose as District Superintendent of Schools of the North Penn School District for a term of 4 years commencing the first day of August 1995 and expiring on the 31st day of July 1999. Be it further resolved that the President of the Board of School Directors or his designee shall notify Dr. Edward Bose of the action of this board. That is resolution number one.
Okay, my point is, the four-year term that you just mentioned in there, isn't that part of the contract? Because
That is
we can
correct.
appoint for 3, 4, or 5
That
years.
is correct. That is correct. And the resolution proposed is for 4 years. That is correct. The contract,
Well, what if the numbers are juggled so that it's better to have a 3-year,
well,
or it's
that's up to
better
you.
to have a
Then you vote down
5-year?
the resolution and you amend it. But the proposed resolution, which I was asked to prepare, is a 4-year term. Now, if you vote down that resolution, you wish to modify that, you may. However, the understanding was that Dr. Bose would be coming here under certain conditions if you approved it, and that would be for a 4-year term, and that his salary and terms and conditions are as outlined in the agreement that is presented here this evening. Now, you have a right to vote that down or adopt it, either way, but the terms and conditions are clearly set forth, as have been relayed to me by the president of this board, and are the terms that Dr. Bose said he would accept.
I think Terry's question is, Charlie, do we have to put 4 years in both resolutions?
Absolutely. Oh, no, you don't have to put 4 years in both resolutions.
So the
You
first
put that in
one-
the first
Then it should
resolution.
be in the second.
So the
It is in
first
the
one is
second.
just effective on August 1st, 1995. And
Period.
then the second one should be 4-year term, et cetera. And
Or
I think
3 or
that's what
5
you're
or
getting
whatever,
to. And if that's,
that's
that
not
can
what
be amended
Yeah, that is
by,
what I'm saying.
The second
whoever-
That's not what
resolution
Charlie is saying.
incorporates the form of agreement. It is said in the form presented.
Okay, if we agree yes to the first resolution, which states a 4-year term, then do we have any flexibility on the term in the second resolution?
No.
Well then, if they're separated, shouldn't they be separated?
Well, if you want to vote down the 4-year term, then you can modify it and make it a 3-year term, and then the resolution number 2 will reflect the
How about
3-year
a term
term.
to be determined by the second
Can't do
resolution?
that. Yeah, School code requires that you set a 3-year, a 4-year, or a 5-year term. It's
Can you
my-
set in that resolution a 3 or 4 or 5?
You have to pick one of the 3. Either a
In the-
3-year term,
in the
a
initial
4-year term.
appointment.
That's right, in the initial appointment. But you must understand that Dr. Bose conveyed his
Charles,
desires.
to make everybody happy, would it work if in the first one, we recommend approval of Dr. Bose, superintendent effective August 1st, for a term defined in the employment contract?
Well, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd have to amend the contract
I
to
understand.
reflect that.
Okay, please.
Oh.
Other questions or discussions regarding?
Just a statement. The gentleman's going to come, we're voting on a personality, and then we're voting on his contract. We keep talking about being like corporate America. There's no way in corporate America in any business that people write this, oh, well, we really like you, but we're going to vote against your salary. I mean, you negotiate a salary, it's the person and the salary, it's a package. We have broken this up, we're talking about legalities, whether it's a 4-year contract or whatever. This is not a personality thing. Dr. Bose is coming to us with a package deal. His salary and his terms and the years that he's supposed to be here are one package deal. And I think we should vote on it as one package deal instead of breaking it up.
But since we have it as 2 separate motions,
Well, then I'd like to make a motion that we combine them.
Well, it's already been moved and seconded that we have separate motions. If
Well, we
they are
can-
defeated, you can re-motion or whatever to put them as one. Or if the original person who made the
Well, you're already
motion
amending the first one.
once accepts to, but that goes back to whoever made the motion, if they want to accept putting the 2 together. And we can check with Dorothy, who made the original motion on those? I think Mr. White's, yes.
Okay, well then I had.
He recommended, but someone made the
It's really
motion.
safe for the first one, but from what I could tell was Alan and Sheriff,
Okay.
and the second one was, I again had Alan and Sheriff.
No, we didn't do those.
I think Alan did both, but I don't know who seconded the first one. But I think it was over here somewhere.
Vicky did.
Not the superintendent.
She did the contract. The contract, she seconded the contract.
Terry did one of them.
Terry. That's
So it doesn't matter, Mr. Allen made the motion.
yeah.
Let's, Mr. Allen, would you like to amend your motion to tie the 2 motions together or keep them separate? Separate. It's up to you. Let's just vote,
Yes, let's put it both at one vote.
okay?
Now comments then?
But now we have to have a second to that.
I second that.
Now we have to vote on the amendment first before we then vote on the actual vote. So now we'll have if there's any more discussion, we'll vote on whether to put them together or put them individually. So we'll vote first on whether they go together. If that passes, then we'll vote on the actual, we'll restate it and we'll vote on it as one. The appointment and the contract as one vote. Okay?
Comment?
Is there any other questions or concerns about the motion now on the floor,
Yes,
which is the amendment?
yes. While I can appreciate Mrs. Leahy's comments, the fact is she's not been in attendance throughout much of the discussion
Nothing to do with it.
regarding the superintendent's
That
contract.
has nothing to do with it, Vicki.
Excuse me.
I have looked at the contract, I have read the
Scher has the
contract,
floor.
and I have given the
Mrs.
information
Leahy,
considerable to town.
I have the floor.
Very well.
Ladies,
The point is that, yes, there has been discussions that would be relevant had you heard them regarding the contract. Tonight, again, I reiterated those, my concerns regarding this and the reason why. First of all, I've seen separations of these two many, many times sitting out in the audience, that they are places separate. My concerns there would be that I had suggested quite a bit a while ago that I would have liked to have had a professional negotiator negotiate this contract to draw consensus from this board and approach Dr. Bowes professionally. And that did not occur, and instead we've been working from his offer rather than this board's offer. And concerns regarding the formulation of the contract that leaves me with hesitation and reservations regarding its provisions. I think that I have, you may disagree, but I have no difficulty legitimizing my separation of the two items, given the sequence of events that have taken place from the time we began with this process.
fine, which means you would then vote against the first motion. Now, is there any other questions or concerns about combining the two motions? We'll vote on that first. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Mr. Weir, can we have a roll call, please?
Allen?
Yes?
Clemens?
No.
Lay?
Yes.
Langel?
No.
Rakowski?
No.
Reckcamp?
Yes.
Scher?
No.
Whites?
Yes.
Bowman?
No.
I have 5 voting no.
Therefore, we go back to separate motions as was originally moved by Mr. Allen. Now, is there any other discussion regarding Dr. Bowes or his contract? In which case, we'll take the appointment first, and then we will vote on his contract. Go ahead. Oh,
I have
yeah.
one question, but are you changing it instead of saying 4-year term to it to be term to be determined in the contract?
Can't do that. I indicated to the board that it has to be a specific term.
You just said it was.
Excuse me, I'd like to make a motion to amend the original motion so that the words that we're voting on would be to recommend the approval of Dr. Edward Bowes, superintendent effective August 1st, 1995, for a term as specified in the employment contract.
Can that be done, Charles?
Well, you're gonna have to specify on the second resolution what the term will be.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
And that should be in the contract, correct?
That will be, I'll have to put it in the contract while we're here.
Okay. Is there a second to that amendment?
Second.
Second by Perkowski. That was moved by Mr. Reckcamp. Any questions or discussion about that? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Fine. That's amended now. We understand what that is now, okay? The terms of the contract will be in the second motion, which is already there. Now, any other questions or discussion regarding Dr. Bowes or his contract before we vote? I do. Mr. Reckcamp.
I guess I agree somewhat with Mrs. Leahy from the standpoint that I believe that if we vote for the individual, you have to also vote for the salary. And for voting for one and not the other is a cop-out. I think that they fit together, and you can't say, I want that person, but then I'm not willing to pay them. I think that we opened up all of this to the discussion of both issues, and in this period of discussion, I want to make it very, very clear that I think that Dr. Bowes is the appropriate and best candidate for superintendent of schools at the North Penn School District. I also want to make it clear that I do not believe that we've quite finished the negotiations. I believe that we're very close, but we're not quite there. I'm not prepared to support that tonight because of my feeling of they're both together. Excuse me, Mrs. Scher, are you okay?
Yes, I'm all right.
Thank you. Because of my feeling that I don't believe that I can vote for Dr. Bose and say he's the one, unless I can vote for Dr. Bose and prepare to vote for his salary, I will vote against both of those tonight. I do, however, hope that in the immediate future, we can conclude the negotiations and have a successful hiring of Dr. Bose. It's very unusual, but because this has been out there for several weeks, there is pressure in all places so that Dr. Bose can get some sort of a signal as to whether he is a reasonable candidate or not. And I think that's why we need to do this tonight at our voting meeting. And I believe, however, that we're not quite ready on the financial side. And that's how I plan to vote tonight.
Any other comments or questions?
Well, can I point something out to you, Mr. Redcamp, and to the board? If you take action and you don't adopt the provisions of the agreement by resolution number 2, I think you should go back and redo resolution 1 and just say that is your intent to appoint him. Because you can't take an action of appointing him as you did number 1 without having set a term. And then you've made that in a second contract, as a second resolution to adopt a contract which you're going to turn down. So you've nullified what you've done in number 1. So if in fact you turn down number 2, we should go back, reopen resolution number 1, and word it that it is your intent to appoint him if he will accept the terms and conditions of a mutually agreeable contract. That's the best I can do for you.
This was explained, I think, prior to coming into this room regarding everyone's preparedness.
Which brings us back to the point that you have the man and his contract, and if we are still negotiating with Dr. Bose, then it should never have come up. It should go back until he has decided that he will not come down anymore, and we have decided that we will not go up anymore, and we vote on that, the person and the contract. It is a package deal. If he does not want to negotiate anymore, then we should just say, thank you, Dr. Bose, but we are not willing to pay this salary, and we wish you a lot of luck in your future endeavors.
And let me clarify that. The last time I spoke to Dr. Bose, and the position that I brought back to the board in negotiating with Dr. Bose was the final offer that he indicated to me that he would accept from this district, that he would not come to us with anything less. Now, several board members have said that they've called him and that he indicated that he might be willing to take a little less, but there has been nothing specific said where he would take something less or if he would in fact do that. So be appraised that it may be wishful thinking on the part of some people that think we can still negotiate further, when the fact is a week and a half ago he said this is the bottom line. So I just want to point that out to you.
President Bowman, my position on the compensation package that was, the last package that was given to me by you as negotiator is such an amount that I won't support it whether a few dollars are noodled off it or not. This is a considerable amount of compensation and salary in light of the last superintendent or even the one we have with us now. It also takes in new categories and areas never before provided to a superintendent in the school district. And I will not support the salary package for this gentleman. I believe that Dr. Bose would do a fine job here, but I will not overpay to get him.
Fine. Any other comments or questions?
One other comment, my position is predicated on the fact that this entire board has allowed the teachers to walk for less, and also it is not a package that we would be willing to put together and provide to any other administrator in this district who we have a relationship with and have known, most of us have known for about 4 years. I'm not willing to pay this to a stranger.
Fine. Any other comments, questions? Okay.
I'll make one comment. To the contract, I believe there are 10 major parts to it, and out of those 10, I can agree to 6. However, there are 4 parts to the contract that I cannot agree with and cannot support. I do believe that we are not that far apart from signing Dr. Bose on as far as a contract. I talked with Dr. Bose, and I do believe that he would come down some more, but he did not indicate in any concrete way that to be factual. I need to say that. But I cannot support the contract the way it's written due to 4 parts of it that are not acceptable from my position.
Okay. Any other comments, Mr. Allen?
Yes. Dr. Bose, as we know, and I guess the community knows, is one of the few superintendents that I think would have the experience at a district our size of approximately 12,000 students. He's been at that position for many years. He is still working on a current contract. He is not being asked to leave. Dr. Bose wants to come back to this area for family reasons. As I paper screened with Vicki and David on the initial people that came into this, that applied for this job, it was very easy to eliminate all but maybe 10 for lack of experience, lack of certificate, whatever the reason. I am concerned that this man, or a man of this caliber, is required for this district at the moment. We're a ship without a captain. No offense to Dr. Persing, but
I'm a colonel.
you're a colonel. We need someone. We need someone to take your place, who is a strong, experienced person, and I believe Dr. Bose is that person. I find it difficult to compare paying a person of his experience, his longevity at his job, and his qualifications at a district this size with a superintendent we had a couple of years ago who had no experience. You pay for experience, no matter what your job is. We're never going to get anybody here with that type of experience. I believe we're too large, we're too diverse, and at the moment we're too fractured to have a trainee at the helm. I do believe that the man is worth more money than what we have paid in the past. And if the man is as qualified as I think he is, he will save the difference in salaries. I intend to vote for the man. I intend to vote for the package. I am also concerned that if we have to go through this process again, I don't know who we're going to get to apply for the job with qualifications. And I will also stipulate that if we do go through this again, that our ad include the contract amount, so that we don't have to go through this nonsense again. And I hope this man does not watch this tape tonight, because if he's as smart as I think he is, he won't show up.
I would like to add that I
End of
think
statement.
it's regrettable that this has evolved in such an undignified manner here. I mean, for that very reason, the Pennsylvania law does allow you to convene on personnel matters, recognizing the personal nature of such discussion. So now you need to, I don't know how we proceed with this motion.
Is there anyone else that has comments or questions?
Well, the terms and conditions of the employment contract provide for a term of 4 years, commencing August 1st, 1995 and terminating July 31st, 1999. The contract also sets forth the responsibilities of the superintendent, the compensation for the superintendent, the benefits, vacation, holidays, and all clearly set forth as they are, which you all have a copy of. So again, I got to reiterate, when you consider this resolution, you are also considering his term.
I don't know how you pass it if you're not ready to move with the contract.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, as to the commission, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. One nay.
Nay.
No.
He said with the terms that it's all the same, so how do you not commit to the contract now?
That's
Do you
your
have your
second.
contract?
We have a second motion that we vote on.
Okay.
And that, that one doesn't, then we have to go back and re-vote on the first one. All those in favor of the employment contract for
sorry.
Dr. Bose, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Hey, we're getting these.
We're all confused, I think, but it's nay.
I'm not confused.
I don't know what's so confusing. I said all those in favor of the employment contract for Dr. Bose. So we vote again?
Yes.
Great. Let's poll the vote. Contract, please.
For the contract.
For the contract.
For the contract, Mr. Allen.
Yes.
Mr. Clemens.
No.
Mrs. Leahy.
Yes.
Ms. Mengel.
No.
Mrs. Prokowski.
No.
Mr. Reckcamp.
No.
Mrs. Scher.
No.
Mr. White.
Yes.
Mr. Bowman.
Yes.
I have 5 no votes.
Okay. So now we have to go back and,
I'll read a resolution that I've drafted to carry out your intent. I'll try to say this as slowly as possible. First of all, we need a resolution to rescind the first resolution so that we can act upon the second resolution.
okay.
Second.
Moved by White, second by Leahy. Any questions?
Say that again. Why are we doing this?
You have to rescind the
Because it has no
first one.
Because you appointed him on the first resolution, but you didn't give a term.
So we gotta do it, right?
We got to, so you got to rescind the first resolution.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Fine.
All right, this will
First
be-
motion is rescinded.
All right, the resolution that you will consider now is as follows. Resolved that this Board of School Directors does express its intent to appoint Dr. Edward Bose as Superintendent of Schools, conditioned upon an acceptance of a mutually acceptable agreement to all parties.
So moved.
Second.
Mutually
Moved by
acceptable.
Reckcamp, second by
Both
Prokowski.
parties,
Oh,
meaning the
both
school
parties.
district.
Both parties, okay.
Right.
So you said all parties.
I have a question. Does a yay vote to this mean that you're going back to negotiate?
That is correct.
And if that gets defeated, then we're back where we started and we're voting one more time and this poor gentleman is being thrown through the coals at a public meeting.
Yes,
That's what I said. It's
that's exactly. All this is doing is saying that we want to tell him we'd like to have him here, and would he continue to negotiate? If he says no, based on the contract that we've already voted on, obviously that he would turn down the offer. Okay? Any other questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I will relay that to Dr. Bose. We can move on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Persing.
As you have in front of you, as listed, 4A, which is recommend to operate the summer library program at Glenmore, Inglewood, Montgomery.
Excuse me, Dr. Persing, would you? Could we shut the doors out there, please? Could someone do that? Thank you very much. Give you another 30 seconds to leave. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Persing, I'm sorry.
Recommend that approval of 4A.
So moved.
Moved by Allen. Second by White. Any questions?
Yes, a question.
Comments?
In regards to what was mentioned by Mrs. Handerhan tonight about the 4 additional libraries, how great a difficulty would it be to add 4 more libraries to be opened in the district during the summer?
It would take, obviously, the people, personnel to run them and the expenses therein. The expenses would probably run, I guess, about another $4,200, I suspect, and getting the personnel would be about the only problem.
This is also a very short summer. There's a very short period of time that between the school being opened and.
There's approximately 4 or 8 weeks, right?
And we talked last year about Pembroke or Penfield having middle schools rotating open, and I know Charlie had mixed feelings. He was going to look into it a little bit more. I think at this point we can move with this, but perhaps review it or give some consideration.
I'm not opposed to it, but if my memory serves me well, I thought there was an issue to other elementary school libraries being internal to the buildings rather than external, where the
Yes.
entire building didn't have to be opened.
Right.
And that these four allowed the easiest access. Again,
That's why they-
I'm not opposed to opening more libraries, but these were the ones that were the most convenient to operate without opening entire buildings. Is that
Mr.
correct?
Whites, there's another consideration, and that is, we have individual air conditioning in these areas that we operate just when this is open. If you were going to air condition a Bridle Path, a Walton Farm, or a Gwinnett Square, you need to air condition the entire building. And a Hatfield, for an example, where we shut down for 6 weeks. We shut the cooling down for 6 weeks.
Right, but a York Avenue could be open because they sit all by themselves and they have their own air conditioning.
Could
And
be.
we have been fighting this for the last 3 years. We have been saying that these libraries should be open no matter what. And to sit year after year and hear the same thing
I'm
is
not
very...
arguing the point. I
Yes.
probably need to adjust my electric budget prior to.
But that should be,
But we really, we said we were going to look at opening up another middle school, at least opening up one of the middle schools. And I really think that that should be part of this proposal, that we have at least one of the middle schools open. What would be your recommendation for the best middle school to
Well,
open?
I would certainly open Pembroke in light of the fact that summer school is there.
Yeah.
And you may have youngsters coming from summer school that would want to use that IMC.
Then can we amend this to add Pembroke?
Let's keep the discussion going, too,
Okay.
because I'd
Alright.
like to see the high school involved in that, too. I mean, there's a lot of good books at the high school that the kids could take advantage of and
Well,
prepare
now,
over the
we
summer.
have, you need to understand, we factor a $28,000 savings when we shut down cooling at the high school because we have individual units for
And library sits in
the
the
office area. And once again, I just need to adjust.
Okay.
that was
No,
a
I
big
understand that, but
But could we at
what
least
about, but
try
Penfield?
middle?
Penfield is a separate unit.
But Pembroke's already going to be open.
Yeah, if we do
So
Pembroke,
let's
I mean,
do
all right,
Pembroke.
we'll
Yeah.
maybe look at the high school in future
I think
years.
the prudent thing at this point would be for Dr. Persing to come back with a
Right.
recommendation.
That would
It's
be the
not too late to deal with this at your committee meeting in June, on June 6th, and make that an action meeting and come back with some kind of a report, learning how you can staff it, number one, and the accessibility and the utilities. I mean, there may be other buildings, as you point out, with York Avenue, where
As I understand it, what you're really interested in is trying to get Pembroke open and a few elementary schools as is economically feasible.
Correct.
Right.
All right, got it.
So we want to at least do this one now, since we have a motion on the floor. We can vote on this one with the understanding that Dr. Persing will come back next month with any addition, recommendation, et cetera. Okay? Everybody agreed? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, you have discussed the last time, the secondary textbooks. We recommend that you adopt those.
I hate to ask, it's so late.
Wait, Mrs. Shear, could we have a motion first,
So
please?
moved.
Thank you.
Second,
Now,
second.
great. Do we
Okay.
have a question?
As I was looking through these books, and I'm sorry I didn't get to Dr. Fike on this, but there's a Using Latin book. I don't know if Juan's still here, he's probably gone.
He's in the back there.
Okay, and in this one says a 1961 copyright date. And I didn't know whether, well, yeah, but we're replacing one in 1982. I'm just curious with 1961. Is this maybe because of a blending of perhaps mythology?
Because it's a dead language.
No, it's not. Did you read the paragraph in here that it's one of
It
the
is
most highly
mythology,
regarded
okay.
of
Mythology,
traditional Latin texts?
so I was looking back, I'm like, a 1961.
Actually, this is the one I had in high school. I did.
Well, I think it's very interesting. We may have found these were the ones that we replaced when we bought the 1982 models. and decided to
Probably
go
are.
back.
It's taught in a logical, sequential manner using
I
ancient
just thought at
mythology,
first,
fables.
did I misread that? I mean, in 1961, you usually can't find them in press.
Any other
Okay.
questions or comments regarding the books? Mrs. Perkowski, you have something?
No?
Okay. Any other questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
You had discussed before the approval of the duck classes under 20. They are listed for you. We've had a discussion on them, and that's a recommendation.
Okay, that's on page 2 of the item number 3295. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Whites. A second? Second by Reckamp. Come on, folks, wake up. It's only 11:45. Any questions?
Quick question.
Yes, I got it.
One at a time.
Okay, regarding German 1, if there isn't any advance notice, and this is what's always disturbed me about this coming at this time of the year when students have already taken, filled out their program of studies. With German 1, is there accommodation for those who did not, prior to entering the high school, sign up for a German 1? Is there any alternative there, or are they locked out of the German language at that point without being, getting a year's notice to know that you either do it at the junior high or it won't be present? Juan? With German 1. German 1 is listed.
German 1.
And I have a
If you don't get
concern.
it the first time, do you have another chance?
What I'm concerned with is if,
But it's at Penndale.
No, they're not gonna get another chance.
At the middle school.
but I'm saying if they come into the high school now, this upcoming year, would they be locked out of the German language from starting it if they didn't have the foresight to have already taken it before they hit there, thinking they could?
If they're a senior, of course they would. And if they're a junior, they can still get 2 years, because we'll offer it again next year.
Okay.
This will be the first time we haven't had German 1 at high school. But
Are
we
the-
will offer it again.
Are the students, normally the students are students who are taking a second language?
Second language. These,
And I
many of
imagine
these,
these are the same, these 8 students
many
are?
of these students will take Latin, or they'll take French,
Yeah.
they'll take Japanese.
I think our
We have a-
record was that most of the students who are taking the first year of a language at the high school are actually students who are taking a second language. They already took the first language and want to pick up a second language. Is that correct?
I don't know if most, but a significant number.
A significant amount.
Yes.
There's only 8.
The,
It's only 8.
we talked to these 8 students. We've already spoken with these 8 students about options for them.
Great.
I don't know what they are, but we've talked to them.
One, just so that those who are listening and realize, I've seen courses listed before in past years where they've been listed to be dropped, but because of new scheduling that has occurred during the rest of the year, they actually end up continuing in the program of studies. So it isn't just simply if someone's seeing us vote this way, vote here tonight, there's still a possibility that because 5 or more students have come on the books for that it could still be there next year?
No.
Because I've had people come back and say, how could it still exist? I saw it
Well,
voted on.
In normal years, that would be the case, but this year's not the case because of the staffing situation. We're very close to the vest. As a matter of fact, we've checked with all of the students in these courses that we're talking about dropping to make sure that we could put them in other places already. We haven't done that officially, but we know where they can go. We will not have the luxury of doing what you said this year.
But I knew that
We have done it
occurred,
in
and
the
so
past.
then I shouldn't be expecting that, because I look at this and I think, oh, well, it's probably.
No. The only course in here that I'm asking to adjust is the PASS program. We've found 21 additional students for PASS.
Now we need 2 classes?
Pardon me?
Now we need 2 classes?
Yes.
21 additional. Now we
Yes.
have 31
Mhm.
for capacity of 20.
Yes, and what I would do is just reshuffle some of the assignments to take care of that.
Could you give me an example of what would be an alternative course that you might direct a child that wanted, a student who wanted biology AP to?
Biology 2,
Biology 2?
yes. And it's an honors course. We also have physics AP.
Okay.
While we're on that subject, if I could ask, with the biology, AP, and the chemistry, if we were to still offer them, if you were to still offer biology and chemistry, I'd be asking you for additional staff. That answers my question.
Dr. Bond, the way I understand it, the final for AP biology and AP chemistry is the same as honors biology and honors chemistry?
The
But
final is the same,
the
they just do
final is
not
the
take the
same.
test, the AP test.
Okay, can a student that is in honors chemistry or biology, whatever, can they elect to take the AP test?
Absolutely, yes.
Then is there anything wrong with combining these with honors biology and honors chemistry? And the child is not losing anything?
If the difference is that the AP chemistry has certain things that you must cover, which means we'd have to cover those things in the honors program, and the youngsters haven't chosen AP because they didn't want to take those.
Can that be an extra credit or a
Many of our
Saturday morning
students,
or
well,
afternoon?
we'd have to find a teacher for them, but many of our students study for the AP exams independently and take the exam, and many of these students will do the same thing. To do what you're suggesting means that we'd have to hire somebody to do that in a Saturday morning or after school or whatever. For those 5 students.
And the 10 in biology, will you recommend them to go to, you said
I would
biology
recommend that they
2?
take biology 2 and
Is
that they take.
the same as honors biology?
Yes. Yes, it's a second level of honors biology.
And
It's a
they'll
6
get
course.
comparable stuff
Vicki?
and study for the AP test independently.
I don't know that I'm in a position to say how comparable it is, but I know that it's an honors course. It's a high academic course. I'm not sure how similar they
I
are.
understand that the final's the same, so I
Yeah,
would
the final's the
assume
same.
At least most of the content is
Yes,
the
a lot of the
same.
content is the same.
And you're saying that those that take the AP exam generally do so independently.
Yes.
So we're not taking anything from them. And these 10 and 5 students can be absorbed into the existing honors biology class and honors chemistry classes?
Well, not chemistry because, they can go to the honors chemistry. That's where they'll go.
Right, and I
They'll
mean,
go
they
in
can
the
be
regular
absorbed
6
and not
chemistry.
lose anything except the title of the course?
No, I think it's more than that. They lose some content. Unless they do it on their own, they will lose some of the content. But the big thing that they lose, and the reason many of them take these AP courses, they lose the opportunity to get college credit. And that's significant for them.
That's what I'm not hearing.
If in fact we do not run these courses and students opt not to do it independently, they lose the privilege of getting AP credit, which would mean that they get credit in college.
They have to take the exam to get the credit.
Yes, and not only take the exam and get a certain grade.
Right, well,
Yeah.
that to me
Right.
was understood.
Okay.
The level of teaching of the AP courses is above the biology
Yeah.
2 level of teaching, because they cover specific points above and beyond the honors course in order so that the children
are these-
can qualify to do the AP.
So there's a
Are these students-
prescription put out by the College Boards Association for the AP course, and it's specific and designed, and you must cover that. In our honors courses, we have a lot more flexibility than that. And so that's why they're 2 separate courses. I'm not sure I understand your
Well,
question.
can we upgrade the honors course
That
to
wouldn't be-
absorb it?
No, because
Would it be
the
fair
honors
to the
students didn't want the
continuing
AP course.
Well, classify it as extra credit, it's not required to pass and get an A, but it's extra to get to do the AP part?
It's
Yeah, but we have to get someone, you mean do it during the regular class time?
Yes.
I don't know. Forgive me, but I'm confused. If we have a biology 2 course, you're suggesting that these students go into the biology 2 and take AP and biology 2 at the same time.
The AP portion of it, whatever the requirement
And I'm suggesting that
is.
the AP is too different to do that when you have 28 students in the class, 18 of whom are taken. The other thing that, and I don't have the figures in front of me, but I'm sure that those biology classes don't have all 10, and we haven't put all 10 of them in the same room. So it'd be 2 in this place and 2 in another place and 3 in another. We'd have to reschedule so that there would be 18 regular students, honors biology is not quite regular, and 10 of the others. And I guess it would be a difficult assignment because of the specifics that the AP course requires are different, and I don't know how different, but are different from what we give in regular honors classes. And it's more significant, it's one of the reasons the youngsters don't take it. But when we took a look at which courses we weren't going to run, if you take a look at the courses below where we've combined, this was by design. We've combined some courses that we felt that we could do that comfortably. And if we didn't combine, of course, it's because the teachers who teach it didn't feel that it could comfortably be done. This represents conversations I've had with the people who teach the course. And we did that for German AP, for instance. And I think I have to take their word for it because they're the ones who teach it, and you should know.
Thanks.
But we've had problems with that for years because we have biology 2. And maybe someday we'll decide not to have biology 2 and just have AP.
Okay. Thanks. Any other questions regarding the classes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
You have had an opportunity to
Thanks, Dr.
look at and discuss items D, E, F, G, H, I, and J. I would recommend that unless you have specific questions again on any one of those items which we have covered for the last month, I'd be happy to answer those. If not, I would recommend that you can consider those all in one motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mangle, second by Reckamp. I would like to point out that the summer school program is really separated from all the rest of those, I think, isn't it? In terms of strike-related or whatever.
Yeah, that's the only one that is, that's correct.
I'd
That
like
is
to
not
ask Mrs.
striking.
Mangle if she will rescind her motion to pull that one out and put the administrators regarding the strike over the summer separately from, in other words, the compensation for the administrators regarding the extra pay and compensation for them separately from the summer school program, which is funded by itself. or
Okay, well-
Which one gets pulled out, are you asking?
It would be
Number
G.
G.
It'd be item G.
G.
Consider that separately.
I'll agree, D through J exclude G. That's the motion.
Correct.
Well, we've got the supervisors for
D,
some.
E, F, H, I, J. Is that, will you amend your motion, Mrs. Mingle?
Yes, I will.
Mrs. Reckham, second. Okay, fine. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Now I would recommend G to you.
Great.
So moved.
Moved by Mingle, second by Prokowski. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries.
K, you have discussed, Mrs. Clark has discussed that with you in detail. If you have any questions, please frame them at this time. If not, or regardless, I recommend that you,
Don't give them the opportunity. That'll come.
after a while, I start making motions right after 12 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay, this
Now
is
you
for
got
K.
35 more seconds.
Moved by Reckamp, second by Prokowski. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Again, L has been discussed, and I recommend it for approval.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Allen, second by Reckamp. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
You have M, which is acceptance of gifts. I so recommend.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Leahy, second by Allen. All those in favor, or any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
We have discussed before item N, and it is recommended. Art, any questions or comments on that one?
Let's get the motion first before we have any questions or comments.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by White, second by Prokowski. Any questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
O, recommend the award of the following bids. And
Dr. Persing, that's with the exception, we're pulling art, general, phys ed, science, library books, and duplicating paper. The principals currently have them, and they're reevaluating them and changing some of their orders. They will be back on at our next meeting.
Okay, can we list them?
Which ones are we?
We will have custodial general supplies, nurses supplies, audiovisual supplies, and the tech ed computer and lab stations. They are in your packet.
The signs of us.
The rest are out.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Reckkamp,
Second.
second by Shear. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
You have personnel listed on the Part A, and we'd so recommend, which is a ratification. And obviously, A, B on that page, I believe could be considered in one motion if you're desirable to do that, if you're desired to do that.
Sure. I move for A and B.
Moved by Reckkamp, second by Burkowski. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion
I have
carries.
an
Excuse me,
abstention.
Mr. Bowman, Dr. Person, you have on the addendum, BA3, an addition to item O on bid awards.
Yes, I saw that, Art, and I don't,
Read it on the
where is it?
It's on the.
It's on the addendum on EAA.
How about if we consider that then, renovations for Pendale?
That's the biggest one.
That is the big baby. You might want to offer a few comments before they decide.
Comments are, after approval tonight, contracts will be sent to Mr. Potash for review. Mobilization will begin. And once again, to reinforce what Mr. Allen said, our cost is about $48.32 per square foot, which is an outstanding cost for the type of renovation that we're doing.
Let's see, that's for O. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Leahy, second by Whites. Any questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, now we're over on page BA for, under personnel, nomination support staff. I'd like you to consider that all in one motion unless there are problems with it.
So moved. Moved by Allen, second by Whites. Any questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Under retirement, there's one correction. Under COLA, that should be 6 instead of 116, that should be 6/16/95. Is a correction there.
Oh, it's effective. Okay.
Effective date.
Effective June 16th, 1995.
Right. And with that in mind, I'd like to...
Is that all the way through 3?
Yes. I'd like you to consider, if you will, unless you have a problem, including all of those, including up to 3, which is on page BA5.
So moved.
Moved by Reckkamp, second by
Second.
Allen. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
There's a change of status. It was originally shown as a resignation, but it should be retirement for Jane Giles, and I recommend that.
So moved.
Moved by Reckkamp, second by Leahy. Any questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Under support staff, as you remember, Dottie Irvin has taken over the responsibilities of Bill Hartenstein, reporting to Dennis. That's one important one there. They're all important. But I'd like to recommend to you all of those under the support staff for salary changes on page BA5.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Leahy, second by Reckkamp. Any questions?
Yeah,
I just wanted to make a comment to congratulate Dottie. I know that she's going to be doing a very good job, and she has been doing that job. So
Mrs.
congratulations
Leahy,
for your promotion.
She's doing, I thank the board for
I know.
approving it. She's doing a wonderful job.
I know.
I mean, she's saved some money already. I mean, she's doing great.
She's very deserving of this.
I have a question. It's listing as interim coordinator, so is this a temporary position at this point? That's the way
At
it's
this
being
point,
proposed, correct? That
That's
it is?
correct, Mrs. Sharp.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
You have on the next page is a salary change, and there are 2 positions there under 5, we so recommend.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Leahy, second by Allen. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
We have under item 6, 3 professional leaves of absence for the reasons so stated, and I'd recommend.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Reckkamp, second by Whites. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Under item BA9, number 7, approval and/or ratification of additions to professional and support staff substitute list for the 94-95 school year, so recommend.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Reckcamp, second by White. Any questions?
I'm just trying to find it. Oh, I see it. It's very back page.
BA6.
Just
No,
three,
I-
I think, wasn't it?
The list.
I'm looking for the assignment list.
Oh,
Do you
that
have a
should be-
reference? Okay, it's at the very back
Very
page.
end.
Okay,
Three
I've got
people.
it. Thank you. Fine.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Number 8, recommend approval of additions to the extra duty assignments for the 94-95 school year.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Reckcamp, second by Allen. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion
Under student travel, the first one has been canceled. Not enough students signed up, but I would recommend 2, 3, and 4 to you.
So moved.
Moved by Reckcamp,
Second.
second by Mingle. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
The information item is for vandalism report. Under other business, you've had an opportunity to.
Before you go into that,
Go
Dr.
ahead.
Percy, we need to change the tapes, so if we can just halt for a few moments while they do that. We'll go under the,
What are you waiting for the superintendent?
Oh, it's not on.
where did Tom go? We'll wait for Tom, we'll just hold up, we'll wait for Tom. I'm sitting here with my legs crossed.
Better go get him, Ken.
Yeah.
Go get him. Ken, get him.
Okay, thanks, you're back, yep. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have an opportunity to have looked at the preliminary budget. I think you should understand that it is a preliminary budget. There will probably be other budget meetings. And until the final adoption is done, it will be, of course, obviously preliminary. This is part of the routine that we periodically must do every year. It's part of the process in Pennsylvania. So I would recommend that for your consideration.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Reckcamp, second by Whites. Any questions?
Comment. I remember last meeting where we were told that we're eliminating some elementary reading help positions. I'm going to vote to approve this budget, but I'd like the consideration that they be put back in. I just think elementary reading's too important to come under the budgetary acts. Thank you.
No problem. I just want to tell you that we're not eliminating any, but you're right in the sense that it's not being
Voiced, yeah.
put at the rate that it was originally intended. But you're absolutely right about that, Mr. Allen.
I don't think there's much that we do that is more important
No
than
one
that.
would disagree with that.
It was the reading recovery and moving that forward that was taken out.
No,
Slow down.
There's something else.
Dr. Curzon.
Slow down.
Dr. Curzon, the
Yeah.
dollars that were in reading recovery last year, are we maintaining and just not increasing?
Correct, that's correct. That's correct.
I guess my comment is there were a number of board members over the couple work sessions where we reviewed the budget have asked for some specific numbers to be collected together or reviewed, and I'm assuming that at the June work session that data would be forthcoming.
All right, we'll get you a report on reading recovery and the reading program in its entirety Dr. Teresi is excellent in that regard, and I'm quite sure she'll have ample information for you and would be happy to be here to talk with
I
you.
think there were also other discussions that have occurred. We may all have to scratch our heads and try to think back and remember some of those that weren't forthcoming. I would like, for everyone to recognize maybe perhaps that work session as a miscellaneous budget discussion meeting towards a final budget, because I do believe there are still areas of the budget that we haven't really had a designated spot for.
I would suggest the following, having been through this several times. We have all asked some specific questions, and I think it's incumbent upon the administration to bring them back. I also believe as we get into June, it's no more fooling around. If a board member wants a serious discussion about a budget topic, they should have it to and we haven't already given it to them, and we've given them a number of things. We ought to have it in their hands within the next 5 days so that they have time to respond to us in the June work session. If we bring up stuff at that June work session that we're just finding then and expect them to have answers, they're not gonna be prepared. And can the board commit to within 5 calendar days from now to have anything in writing that we haven't already asked for to the administration?
I've requested before, and I'll request it again from, I guess, Dennis to provide to me, all the areas of legal, all the legal pockets. I want to know what we spent last year and what will we anticipate spending next year.
Okay.
Architectural fees, engineering fees, consulting fees, all the fee-related professional services categories.
Okay, you will have that.
Any other questions regarding the preliminary budget?
Are we approving all the revenue sources?
Expenditure
No, just the
budget.
Expenditure
expenditures.
budget.
Just the expenditures.
Any other questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Can I have a roll call there, Mr. Weir, please?
Mr. Clemens?
Aye.
Mrs. Leahy?
Aye.
Ms. Mingle?
Nay.
Ms. Prokowski?
Nay.
Mr. Redcamp?
Yes.
Mrs. Scher?
Yes.
Mr. White?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Bowman?
Yes.
I have 7 voting yes and 2 voting no.
Okay. Thank you, motion carries.
Okay, now Charles wants to speak to me.
Okay, we have a recommendation for approval of a resolution for the earned income tax. I'd like to turn it over first to Mr. Potash.
I think it's
for some
important
comments.
that we understand the actions that is being taken tonight regarding an earned income tax. We cannot adopt an earned income tax this evening. The agenda item should not read that we are approving the adoption of the earned income tax.
Right.
The resolution should read, and I'll dictate it as follows. A resolution authorizing the secretary of this board to advertise notice of intent to adopt an earned income tax resolution of 0.5%. You will not adopt that tax until you consider your final budget, and you will adopt all your taxing resolutions on that evening. But what we must do is advertise notice of intent to do so, and that is what the action has to be this evening.
When I'm looking at the timelines, are we going to be able to maintain our same schedule? Aren't we going to have to move our final budget and the earned income
long as
tax
you-
approval back?
No,
We don't have enough days, Charlie.
Let me explain this, because I discussed this with Ken Weir. The first item that you have to consider is that you have to have 3 weeks of advertising, once a week for 3 successive weeks to advertise your notice of intent to adopt that earned income tax. You're intending to adopt your budget, if I recall, June 15th, and to make the tax effective 30 days thereafter. That is the way the resolution reads. That's number one. You have already, under the law, met the requirements by preparing your preliminary budget 30 days prior to the adoption date. You've already started preparing, you've met that requirement. The next requirement that you have is that that budget be available 20 days prior to its adoption. So therefore, by adopting this preliminary budget this evening, you put an ad in that it is now available for public inspection so that you can take action on it on June 15th. So you will meet that date.
Didn't we need 30 days between the adoption?
After the
of preliminary-
advertising.
No, But from the preliminary budget to the adoption of the
No,
final budget?
no. All the law requires is that you start preparing, and you have met
Okay.
that requirement. So you are on the timelines in order to take action on June 15th.
Well, I appreciate your
But
clarification.
the
of
important
the-
thing is that I know people
Always
thought for
different.
some reason there was going to be an adoption of
Right.
that tax this evening. There is not. You will consider it at the final adoption of your budget.
I explained that at the last meeting too, and it's the intent, and the advertisement of the intent.
Okay, could you reread Mr. Potash's?
All right. Yes.
The actual wording?
I'll read it again. Resolution authorizing the Secretary of the Board to advertise notice of intent to adopt an earned income tax resolution of 0.5% once a week for 3 successive weeks in 2 newspapers of general circulation. I have prepared that ad, and Mr. Weir will follow through.
Any questions or comments? I'd just like some clarification to make sure that I understand it correctly. That if we pass ultimately a 0.5% earned income tax for this district, that the municipalities, should they then pass an earned income tax, whatever they pass is not a part of ours, but rather over and above, an
Correct.
additional to, up to a maximum of 1%.
Right.
Thank you.
And we can't go up above a half of what we levy, I understood. If
No,
we
they-
levy a half,
If we take a half, they could even make it less than a half if they wish.
Right, but
it cannot exceed the full 1%.
And there, if say they would enact a 1/4, that is not part of ours, it is
That
1/4
is correct.
over.
We do
and
not
above.
share that 0.5%.
Right.
But if they enacted a 1%, they could collect up to a 0.5% for residents.
Correct.
And they could collect up to 1% for
Or
non-residents.
That is correct. Our 0.5% remains inviolate, and it's ours.
Okay. Great. Any other questions or comments regarding the resolution to advertise the notice of
Do we
intent?
have the motion? We don't have a motion on the floor yet to really do the
Oh,
discussion.
I'm sorry, we have it, is there I'm sorry, I thought we had a motion. Is there a motion?
So
Moved by Mr. Weitz, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Allen. Now, is there any other comments or concerns? I'm sorry, I thought that we had one on the floor. Any other?
Being the person who didn't get it this far a year ago.
That was a 1%, Ralph. That was a 1%, Ralph.
Yeah, I guess, here's the point, and I don't think that anybody in this room, or if they don't know, they haven't been paying attention to it. I do believe that single sourcing school revenue to a property tax is not good. I believe this is the only tax that we have to give some relief to the senior citizens. I believe that it is, that some of the difficulties with it include the fact that there is a 35% of our district is in MERCs and other commercial activities. But on the other hand, 35% of our residents are paying it somewhere else and are going to bring it back here. There are a lot of pluses and minuses for all.
Mrs. Krieger, please. Mr. Redcamp has the floor, thank you.
There are a lot of pluses and minuses on all of them, and I think as we've seen, however, in this last election, the one piece that's there is that I don't believe this community is ready for it yet. They fear it too much. I disagree with that fear, but I think the community fears it too much, and I don't think I'm going to support it this time.
Okay, any other comments or concerns? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, could we have a roll call on this one, Mr. Weir?
Mrs. Leahy,
Aye.
Ms. Mengel,
No.
Mrs. Prokowski,
Nay.
Mr. Redcamp,
Nay.
Mrs. Scher,
nay.
Mr. White,
yes.
Mr. Allen,
Yes.
Mr. Clemens,
No.
Mr. Bowman.
Yes.
I have 5 voting no and 4 voting yes.
Okay, motion does not carry. Dr. Persing?
Yes, next item, I'd like to recommend to the board the appointment of Charles Potash Esquire as solicitor for the school year 95-96 at a retainer fee of $35,000.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by White, second by Leahy. Any questions or comments? Questions? Jerry?
I didn't realize it was Carmen that seconded, that was all.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you wanted to ask a question.
I have a comment that this school year, this would be for the entire 95-96 school year, and I would anticipate that this would be a different board by January 1st of 96.
December.
And I would entertain a contract up till December 31st, 95, and then allow the new board to choose as they wish a solicitor.
This is not contractual.
Can I second that?
Well, we first of all, we have to,
Let's vote on the first part, please.
no, if Mr. Whites is willing to amend his motion to that, okay?
It's not contractual at any rate, is it, Mr. Potash?
What do you mean?
For the school year.
Like
It is
the term is
contractual.
not contractual, though, it's not through a contractual,
The appointment's for
So
a year, that's the way it reads.
Appointments for a year,
contractual.
that's what it reads. It says for the school year, 95-96 school year. That's what I assume,
Yes, it is a
that's what it
contract.
reads.
And the law states in Pennsylvania, Mrs. Sherry, we must do that in May for the solicitor.
I know the time of that, but I also I didn't believe that contractually it wasn't,
It's for
there was
the-
no legal requirement that it maintain the full year at that time. I mean, you make the appointment and then rather than be concerned and.
Well, we have a motion on the floor.
Can I have
and we'll-
clarification?
Sure.
Dr. Persing, what did you just say?
I said that by laws of Pennsylvania, you must appoint your solicitor each year in the month of May.
For a year.
Yes, it's my understanding for a year. If that's different, Charles, please let me know, but there's always been
Appoint
You
plans.
do it every
appoint your
May, how
solicitor
can it
for
be
the
for
year,
less
doesn't
than a
have to be
year?
necessarily in the
Because we usually do it for a year.
Is
Mango's suggesting that.
The motion
Well,
is
it
for a
doesn't
year.
matter, the
Yeah,
motion's
vote
on the
on
floor.
this.
If that's
I want a
defeated, then we can
clarification
vote on
on legal.
something else.
I just want a clarification on that.
Okay.
point.
Are you calling for the vote?
Well, I'm asking if there's any other questions or comments. I'd like to make a comment. Personally, having dealt with Mr. Potash as the president, I've found that he's kept us out of a lot of problems and highlighting concerns that we may have and that actions that we take that we may need to rethink. And his advice and counsel to me as the president and to the rest of the board members and to the administration has always been dead on. I find him a man of the highest integrity and has always given me his opinion, both from a legal perspective and a personal perspective, and to that I thank him. So, thank you very much, Charles. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Okay, next one,
Next one, we have a recommendation from Mrs. Mango, and it's a approval of a 2% discount period for the school bills, tax bills for beginning July 5th of each year and extending to September 5th. The rationale, I believe, was in the,
let's get the motion on the floor, and then we'll discuss it. Okay? Can we do that? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mangle, second by Prokowski.
Yeah.
Now, are there any comments or concerns, Dr. Persing, that
Thank
you'd
you.
like to
thank you,
add
Lieutenant
to that?
Colonel.
Yes, sir.
We have here two items you should consider. One is the fact that this would extend the period of time which people who are on fixed income, senior citizens and so forth, would have an opportunity to have 3 pay periods. The other thing you should consider is that it costs the school, our best estimate, according to Dennis, would cost the school district $20,341, your best estimate.
That's my best estimate.
For this, so there are 2 items to consider.
Can I address the board a second? Could you, I hate to amend a resolution, but could we, I know it says each year, would it be possible to amend it to just be for next year until we see how,
See how it
what
works.
That's
these, yeah,
exactly
to see
what
how
I
it goes?
Absolutely.
recommend, so that's fine.
I have another comment. The way I understand it, the resident, the taxpayer needs a 2-month period for the discount and a 2-month period for the face amount, which means we also have to extend it to November 5th?
Or are we shortening the
Or we
next
would be
page?
shortening that
No, we have
2-month
to give,
period?
they have to have those 2 months.
They must have.
Yeah,
the
what we're
two-
doing in effect is extending
schedule
it
moves
to the
up 5
fifth.
days.
Yeah,
The whole
we're
calendar-
moving the schedule up 5 days.
Okay, it says July 5th and September 5th. I'm saying, do we need to add up to November 5th for the,
I'll defer.
Make sure that they-
I'll defer to
Because
Mr.
the law says,
Potash on
doesn't
that.
it, the law reads that it's 60 days after the
Yeah.
discount period ends, that all payments are due. I think that's the way it says.
I don't know, my tax collector mentioned today that you need the face amount period must have 60 days or whatever.
That's the
Right.
law.
And the discount period 60 days.
Right.
So do
So
you
it's
have
60
to?
days after the discount period ends.
Yeah.
So
that's
this
when they're
takes
due.
that into consideration?
Yes. I
The
think
key
so.
date,
I'm not
Mrs.
the lawyer for that.
Prokowski, is the
Charles,
date of
is
the
that
tax
right?
bill. The tax bills will all be dated July 5th.
Is
Any,
this, is this primarily because the way July 1st falls this year?
No, it's because the way we had it before, we would issue, they would be issued in such a way that the collection would start for the 2% discount period, July 1st, and would end on August 31st.
That's right.
Most seniors receive their Social Security, SSI, disability, pensions between the 1st and the 3rd of the month. The government checks are issued. By moving it up 5 days, it allows essentially 3 pays, July 1st, August 1st, and September 1st, for seniors to accumulate monies to pay the tax bill within the 2% discount period, as opposed to the 2 pays, July 1 and August 1. Because when it cut off at August 31st, the next day they got their Social Security check, but they missed the 2% discount
Which
by
meant
24 hours.
They had to basically
It was
save
at the end of the month
before.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know, because a lot of those people save 12 months of the year to put that away,
Okay,
not
that's
just
right.
1 month. Charles, is there any problem
So, no.
with touching with those discount periods?
Just a comment and understanding that we figured it out that it's about $20,000 this is gonna cost the district. That's if everybody that owes their taxes would pay it
In the discount
in
period.
the, after the 5-day period, rather than having their mortgage company pay it when it's due, which usually happens at some kind of a routine.
During July and August,
Yeah.
right? So I based it on actual collections for this past tax year, so.
And most likely, it would not even come anywhere near that unless everybody made a conscious effort to only pay it on the 5th.
Correct, and I worked with Mrs. Mango, and I'm gonna talk to the tax collectors about getting it in as soon as possible.
It was my concern that we would be losing $20,000, and we've been, trying to find every penny that we can in this budget, and now we're gonna say that it's okay to lose $20,000 more in revenue, but further investigation, that looks like that's the most that we could lose.
That's the most.
And it looks very probable that we wouldn't lose near that amount. Okay, any other questions or comments?
Has this motion been amended to reflect this year?
That's what I'm gonna address right now. Mrs. Mengel, would you
Yes.
so that it'll read that recommend approval of 2% discount periods beginning July 5th of this year and extending through September 5th of this year. One
Correct.
time only. We'll see how that
We'll
works.
see how it goes.
And then the next board can vote on that next year.
Is the, I guess my final question is, the taxes due July 1, is that not true, Charles?
Yes, the tax is levied as of July 1.
Okay. Right. Why would the discount period not begin July 1?
Because the bills will be dated July 5th. We will instruct the tax
Okay, that's why
collectors
it's
to bill.
this year.
Let's see, they'll get their July
Yeah.
1st check, anticipate.
No more questions.
Okay. All right, any other questions on this side? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Yes, motion carries. Treasurer's report, Mr. Kelly.
For the month of April 1995, cash receipts, $1,569,858.72. Year-to-date, $86 million.
Excuse me, ladies.
Year-to-date, $86,571,535.15. Disbursements for the month, $6,606,408.82. Disbursements year-to-date, $70,233,931.75. We have term investments in the amount of $11,430,370, and temp investments in the amount of $10,612,675.
Great, thank you, Dennis. We need a sanction and approval for invoices of the general fund. Mr.
I
Kennedy.
recommend approval of the disbursements listed for the month of April in the amount of $6,087,024.11, and approval of the disbursements for the month of May in the amount of $388,571.43.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Reckamp, second by Shear. It's late. Any questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Dennis. Food services report.
We had total income for the month of April in the amount of $297,529.36. Raw food costs in the amount of $156,709.97. Total operating cost of $127,587.45 for a net profit for the month of $13,231.94, which leads to a year-to-date profit of $32,012.84.
All right. Thank you, Dennis. Dr. Fike's not here, so we won't talk federal programs. Solicitor's report. Mr. Potash?
No report, other than I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to start a 36-year of service with the school district. I'll be completing my 35th year, and at least I'll have the opportunity to start my 36th year with the board.
Thank you, Charles. If there's anything else, is there a move to adjourn?
So moved.
And we're adjourned.